you would have your medical services. The reason the cost of education is extremely high is because someone has decided to run away with your taxes and hide it in Mauritius, and then bring it back as foreign direct investment, the discussion around round tripping, so that they can benefit from tax holidays. So we need to contextualize the campaign on illicit financial flows and make it simple so that the ordinary citizen can engage with it at various levels. And finally, given that we have members of parliament here or online, I think we may also need to think about making illicit financial flows a campaign agenda. And we hold our political leaders on the basis of their commitment on how to keep our resources, the Kenyan resources, within the Kenyan territory for the benefit of the Kenyan citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening, and we hope to engage further. And I take this opportunity to welcome you. Feel at home. This is our forum, and certainly, I'm sure at the end of the 2 days, we'll come up with very good deliberations and outcome document that will influence our continued discussion on illicit financial flows. Thank you.
Excellent. A big round of applause to Michael. Thank you so much. Africa is the net creditor to the rest of the world, even though we receive aid. And here we need to illicit financial flows, simplify it, take it from the ivory tower to ordinary citizens level. And of course, a challenge to the political fraternity. We need to make illicit financial flows a campaign agenda. Thank you so much, Brother Michael, for that. Very quickly, right now, we want to go back to where we started. And I'd kindly request Bwana Chair NTA, Bwana Kubebea, are you ready? We are ready. And looking forward to hearing from you as we indeed consider ways of combating IFFs. Bwana Kubebea.
Thank you, Bwana Makasi. I hope I'm audible enough.
Yes, we can hear you.
You can hear?
We can hear you. Are we able to see?
There's so much echo. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of NTA board and myself, I want to appreciate Michael Otieno because he has covered the areas that I wanted to cover. More importantly, the area of acknowledgement of our key guests. I think I had the list of all of them, and Mike has covered all of them. I want to sincerely appreciate your attendance. On behalf of NTA, the board of directors, the organizing committee, the conference partners, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this 9th Pan-African Conference on illicit financial flows and taxation, fiscal and management and revenue collection conference in Kenya. The conference is held in Nairobi, and I want to extend my welcome and appreciation for all the participants who have traveled far and wide to come and join us in this city of Nairobi. Karibu sana wageni wetu. I want to assure you of an unforgettable conference experience and tourism for the guests as you have time off to visit our Nairobi environment. The theme of this conference that aims to find solutions at combating illegal financial flows to bridge Africa's widening inequality gap could not have come at a better time than now, particularly when African countries are grappling with the negative economic impacts occasioned by the following. One is I appreciate that illegal financial flows cannot happen in isolation. They happen in a very well-structured manner of government challenges. And one of the challenges we have in Kenya today that has occasioned serious illicit financial flows are as follows. One, COVID-19 pandemic has caused serious challenges to our economy. It has laid off very many workers. We have challenges of unemployment, and many companies have closed down. This economic downturn has serious effects on the ordinary person. Therefore, inequalities gap continues to grow because of this disproportionate share of the opportunities of COVID-19 business. In Kenya, we have the term called the COVID-19 billionaires that benefited from funds that were supposed to go and address the health sector challenges, but were taken by individuals, and I'm sure these funds are not in Kenya. That is the biggest challenge we've had as a country. Number two is the attendant high cost of living, and mentioned by Michael, we have high inflation, and the cost of living is now becoming extremely difficult for most ordinary Kenyans, occasioned by high fuel prices, occasioned by high taxes and high cost of living. Mostly the high cost of doing business for private sector is astronomical. These challenges in the economy affects the ordinary person who endeavors to be able to pay taxes and have good service delivery. Unfortunately for us as a country, we have high taxation. Around 35% of tax, which is quite high, and this tax cuts across the poor persons, particularly the VAT regime, which cuts across bread and sugar, and everybody pays for it. The high tax evasion, the schemes that have been designed by international business persons to avoid paying tax, and the KRA will testify in this. He has many cases of tax evasion and tax avoidance. These monies that are not paid in Kenya end up in a private investment options outside the country. We have what I call runaway corruption. Corruption is the basis on which illicit financial flows thrive. Because in Kenya, it is said we have a third of our national budget, annual budget, which is 3.3 trillion Kenya shillings. A third of it is wasted in corrupt deals between public sector and private companies. This inevitably gives opportunities for crooked business people and international companies to fleece this country in transfer pricing. Then we have the main issue of illicit funds flow. I'm sure we'll be addressing this and looking at how we as Africa are hemorrhaging because of these funds being transferred to other countries. The other challenge that we have notified is the unsustainable public debts across Africa. These public debts, as Mike has said, are originated because of failure to rein on our natural resources, which are harvested and taken across the world, leaving us poorer to become the fellows borrowing, going out with the borrowing basket to have debts because you are not able to finance your operating costs in the country. So you will be looking at the causes of high public debt. What are the reasons, and why can we not be able to maintain a sustainable debt recovery program? This has also resulted in low gross domestic product for most of the countries. The GDPs have gone from 5% to below 5%. In Kenya, 2020, our GDP was 0.3%, basically at below 1%. That cannot sustain economic growth. It cannot sustain quality of life. It cannot sustain service delivery. So we are saying that we need to address the issue of productivity and also stemming in on the issue how the productivity resources are utilized to enhance quality of life. The overarching problem that we have in these African countries is poor governance. Poor governance will entail that people are not delivering services as they should do because they are not performing to the expected laws, standards, and procedures. We'll want to see how poor governance has been the challenge and the problem on illicit funds flow. Finally, we have the issue of lack of effective and independent justice system to guarantee tax justice for all. We have had cases in our courts in Kenya where persons who have been identified and known have taken funds from this country to New Jersey. It has taken 10 years to take them to the courts overseas. This is a problem of lack of seriousness on the justice system. You'll discuss and see how best we can be able to influence the process of development. Finally, we have weak policy and legislative framework to address the issues of illicit funds flow. The laws are not there, they are weak. If they are weak, implementation is a challenge. And if you get the culprits, they are not taken to a court. So we have to strengthen and discuss seriously on the issue of policy and legislation framework that will be able to backstop the issues of illicit financial flows into the other countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to challenge you to stand up today and be counted as having had very candid presentations, discussions, observations, and a commitment to make an action plan robust enough that the recommendations can be taken on by the respective governments, so public society, to ensure that we have strategies and legal framework to stem and reduce and completely eliminate the issue of illicit funds flow from Africa. May I conclude by thanking our partners, our supporters, our friends for trusting in NTA to organize this conference, and note that these partnerships that we are going to establish today will scale up our continued continental and global initiatives in fighting the reduction and eventual elimination of illicit funds flow from Africa. I wish you the best of the conference. I hope that you have a good stay. And my request is let's be bold enough and make important recommendations to Africa. Thank you very much. God bless you. Welcome to Kenya. No voice.
They had put off their mics to listen to.
Okay. Because of the
Yes. It's their microphone. They had put off and they've forgotten to.
Yes, to inform them.
Yeah.
Talking to us about GIZ work on IFFs in Kenya. Please welcome Miss Carola Frank. Miss Carola Frank, it's good to have you join us.
So you want to follow the meeting?
No.
Now, if you don't want to follow the meeting, you leave.
Ms. Carola Frank, if you're there, over to you. We are looking forward to listening to your thoughts and comments and possible recommendations on how we can continue on with the fight against IFFs. Right, maybe once she is settled, we can join in, but in the meantime, we'll move on quickly to our next keynote address, and I'd kindly ask all of us to welcome Assistant Director, Debt Policy, Strategy and Risk Management, National Treasury, Dr. Dunstan Ulwadi. A big round of applause for him, Tafadhali.
So, good morning, everybody. Yeah, so my name is Dunstan Ulwadi again from the National Treasury. I must also say that this university has been here for quite some time, and I've also taught some lessons here. So I'm not a new person here. Now, so to the subject of the day, I must say that the question of illicit financial flows and the whole question of taxation is a very important topic that affects all of us, both at micro and macro level. Like we had, the first presenter noted that these illicit flows deny actually households from receiving services that they actually guaranteed by the Constitution. So it's very important that all of us discuss frankly about this question. Now, we know very well that the government plays a very important role and at macro level to ensure that they deal with this problem. But I must also say that many a times we normally leave it to the government and say that it is the government that is supposed to do this and that. But I'm happy that at least discussions are now being held, and we as government, we are being invited to be part of this discussion. This is a very important thing, and we are happy about it. So that it's all of us who are supposed to come up with a solution and not just saying that this is a government issue. So all of us must develop solutions to this problem. But again, the question that we are saying is that when we talk about tax evasion, who are these people who are evading to pay tax? Is it the government itself, or there are people like us here? So the issue here is that we must also look at ourselves in the context of the problems that we are having in terms of illicit flows. What is our role? In fact, if we talk about corruption, the government really cannot just engage in these activities without participation of the private sector. So that's something I think in this conversation, it must come out very strongly so that all of us are aware that we have a role that we are playing. And the other important thing that we also need to look at is the money that finds itself through these activities can actually ruin us as a country, but also as individuals, because we know very well that in the world today, terrorism activities are actually on the rise. And a lot of money is spent to ensure that we deal with this problem. So the question is, what are we doing to ensure that we stop these activities? Let's not just look at the government alone and say that it is the government that should be able to do this. The issue here is that at our personal level, what are we doing to ensure that we stop these activities? And maybe just to mention that terrorism has networks, has what some people call cells. Some of these cells could just be individuals like me and you. What are we doing to ensure that we do away with these cells? Okay, so all we are saying is that we are all in this, and we need to develop solutions to deal with this problem. And one of the ways to deal with this problem is to create awareness, and one of the forums to do so is this one. Then the other one, which I've seen the previous presenters mentioned, is the question of strengthening laws and policies. I think we have, let me mention this, we actually have some good laws to deal with this problem. In fact, if you ask me, the problem is not the laws or the policies. The problem is the question of how do we ensure that these laws are enforced and they are able to do what? They're able to work, okay? And let all of us feel that we need to adhere to those laws. That's really the point. So the issue of saying that we have weak tax regimes, in my view, may not be the case, because if we are talking about the 9th conference that is being held on this issue, I believe the other 8 conferences should have already picked out some of these weak laws. We should not be talking about laws today. We should be talking about something else. In fact, sometimes we may look at this issue and say that the problem why we are not getting services is because our money is going out through illicit flows, illicit financial flows. But perhaps I want us to look at it differently. Have you ever thought about whether, if we say that, if we assume that we are already dealing with this problem, have you ever thought about whether the services you are getting are actually efficient? Because again, somebody mentioned that we are borrowing a lot, and that's why we are a net what the word that you use, creditor. So the issue is that, and it happens that I work in that area, in that sector. The issue is when we borrow, what happens is that the problem is not borrowing. In fact, the problem has never been borrowing. The problem, perhaps, we need to look at how efficient are we using those resources. Maybe that could be the issue. But the issue that I keep seeing being mentioned is that we are over borrowing. But when you ask people, why do you think we are over borrowing? I think the answer doesn't come. And for information, the issue here is when we are measuring how sustainable our debt is, we have a number of benchmarks. And those benchmarks indicate that we are sustainable as of today. So the question is really not that we are over borrowing. The question is, how are we using what we borrow? That should be the question. Then another thing that I need to mention here is, yes, we have some natural resources that we have in this country, and we are actually a rich country in terms of resources, but what we need to do is to ensure that we have good contracts between ourselves and those who are coming to to help us exploit those resources. Perhaps that is again something that we need to strengthen. And finally, I just need to mention that maybe our focus should really be on how do we own what we come up with. Owning means that we are here in this conference talking about how we need to strengthen the laws and so on, but we ourselves end up evading to pay taxes, and yet we are advocating for the same. So I think that should also be something that we should think about, and I hope that can help. Now, here, majority of us here, I think, are non-state actors, and a lot of times, to even get a forum like this, sometimes we have many people think that when you invite a government person, they will always be on the defense. The issue is, if we have a challenge that is affecting all of us, let us discuss frankly. I think the government is very open to ideas. I don't think they have locked anybody out. So let's feel free and let's engage, and we will get a sustainable solution for our problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daktari Asante Sana. It is all of us to come up with the solutions. At our personal levels, what are we doing? And really a challenge here. The question is not about over-borrowing. The question is, how efficiently are we using what we've borrowed? And another challenge here, do we advocate for and still evade paying taxes? So thank you so much, Daktari, for that challenge. So very quickly, we move on to our next presentation. Please put your hands together for Francis Kailu, talking to us about understanding the illicit financial flows environment in Kenya. Makofi yake tafadhali.
Good morning. It feels funny to feel my voice, but how are you? Francis Cairo from Tax Justice Network. Africa, it's important to add the Africa. And I'll be speaking about a few things. Mine is to simply highlight. I know that of some of the things I'm going to highlight here, there's going to be further conversations, maybe at this conference or even later in other engagements. And basically, in part of my overview, it is important to highlight that even as we speak about IFFs, it is important to start from the point of domestic resource mobilization, so DRM. And currently, as we speak about DRM, it is important to see it from the perspective of post-COVID-19 recovery efforts. Now that we, as a country, amongst all other global entities or other countries, faced such a big hit from COVID-19, our efforts in repairing our economy, restoring our jobs, ensuring that we have sustainable economies, that was not a huge challenge before COVID came. But after COVID came, I think things have changed. And therefore, even as we speak about IFFs, one of the things we are saying is that this domestic resource mobilization has become more important in the post-COVID-19 recovery efforts of each country. And I want to interest you in a study that was done recently by the EATGN. And EATGN looked at the perceptions of Kenyans as to why we are not meeting our revenue targets as a country. And if you look at the percentages, most Kenyans feel that number one, because of corruption, we are unable to meet our targets. Another bigger number of people feel that tax evasion is one of the major issues on why we are unable to meet our domestic resource mobilization efforts. Another percentage feels that sometimes they are unrealistic targets. This is a study that is out there. I hope you can get an opportunity to look at it. And therefore, as we talk about DRM, it is important to see it from that perspective. In addition to that, our current debt to GDP ratio is estimated at about 62.1%. In terms of if you were to inflect about you as an individual, this is like saying that for each 100 shillings you spend in your house, about 62 shillings is borrowed money. And I know that Dr. Ulodi has spoken about the sustainability of our debt. And I looked through the list of states that are currently enjoying the DSSI. I'll speak about that. And I realized that most of them are said to be at a high risk of debt distress. And Kenya is one of those countries that is labeled as having a high risk of debt distress. And I think therefore as a country, we ought to inflect and ask ourselves for how long can we go on with this? But secondly, if this were you, I think we would say that you're technically heading to insolvency if you are speaking to the lawyers. And I think even as we speak about our ability to pay debts, I think there's a good point that has been raised. Where does the money go? Are we feeling this money when it comes to our economy? And I think the other thing to note there is that currently Kenya is enjoying what we call the DSSI, which is a scheme that suspends our debt payments for a certain period. So it's a debt suspension initiative. And this has currently been extended to December of 2021. And I'm asking, so for all the private debt that we owe, or not private, public debt that we owe, this has been suspended until December. But then after December, what next? Because if we get to a point where we need to start repaying our debt, I think the people who still have to dig deeper into their pockets will be the Kenyans. In addition to that, I think it is important to look at how far we've come. I think as a country, currently we are enjoying the disruption of criminal networks. Last year, a story that may not have hit the headlines very well was of one gentleman who was arrested on his way back to the country. And his arrest, he's already been repatriated to face charges elsewhere, was one of the major outcomes for those who have been dealing with illicit financial flows that originate from criminal networks. And I think it is important to highlight that disruption by one of the major masterminds being arrested, I think was an important one. In the year before, another criminal network had been disrupted. And I think I have also seen one, I was looking through news and I saw that there's one who was deported this year, I think around June. So this disruption of criminal networks, I think, is a positive. However, as a country, now that I'm giving an overview, it is important to ask ourselves why when we say chemical now, it resonates with everyone. Because on the streets, illegal gold traders have flourished. Like you could almost point out the number of illegal gold traders that are moving around in our streets, in our night spots and all that. And I think that is an important issue to highlight because these networks exploit certain loopholes. And when they learn there's a loophole, those criminals can also, bring in more money, bring in more gold, take out more money and take out more gold. And I think therefore understanding that the resurgence of these chemical networks, it is important for us to know that as an overview, though we disrupted the big networks, there are these emerging smaller networks. In addition to that, I think it is important to highlight the double taxation agreements that Kenya currently has. We call them DTAs for purposes of people who may interact with this information for the first time. And the Tax Justice Network, Africa TJNA, has been leading efforts in trying to ensure that our DTAs are negotiated in a way that allows for proper public participation, ensuring that our DTAs go through a process that allows Parliament to have a hand in how DTAs are negotiated and passed. And in light of that, I have highlighted the number of DTAs that Kenya currently has. And I think from the numbers you can see, we have at least 15 of them that are in force currently. We have 7 that have been concluded, but not yet in force. We have another 7 that have been concluded, but not yet signed. We have another 5 under negotiation and another 15 under consideration. These are all different levels, but I think it is important for us as a country, even as we think about the loss of money from the country, to evaluate the value proposition of each DTA that we negotiate, enter into, sign, or ratify. I think it is also important as we give an overview to look at the current efforts at curbing IFFs in the country, and I'll also be looking at where we are winning and where we are losing. And in looking at our status currently, Kenya is among the few countries that are members of the OECD Inclusive Framework. This is a platform where countries have come together to look at how they can tackle base erosion and profit shifting. And Kenya has been a good player at that level. In fact, I will be speaking about one of the things that we are happy that Kenya did as a member of the inclusive framework. In addition to that, there are also other platforms that Kenya is a part of. I have highlighted that Kenya is currently a member of the Global Forum on Transparency and the exchange of information for tax purposes. This is important when you think about how multinationals play our systems, that they will not pay tax here and say they are paying tax elsewhere. And if those two countries are not speaking to each other, it is impossible to know that when they say they have not paid tax here because they are paying their tax elsewhere, confirming whether that is indeed true requires the countries to be talking to each other. In the reformation of global tax rules and the international framework, one of the main issues that currently countries have a major stake in is ensuring that there's exchange of information. So being on a platform that allows our country to exchange information with other countries, I think is a big positive. In addition to that, I wanted to highlight where we are winning as a country before I look at where we are losing. I think number one, where we've won is that after so many years, Kenya published its first tax expenditures report. And I know it's a misnomer when you say tax expenditures, because the question is, so tax expenditures, what does that mean? But it's mostly an analysis of how much a country is losing because of tax incentives. And this is, in terms of budget transparency, an issue that those within the tax justice networks have been advocating for many years. So having the first report published publicly, I think was a good plus, and I think we are moving in a good direction. And some of the issues highlighted in that report, number one, is that the cost of preferential tax or the incentives that we give to mostly corporate entities has been on a high of nearly 77.1 billion. So for the tax incentives that we give, we have been losing that kind of money. But however, if you look at how that has been changing over the years, I have highlighted that that report notes that since 2017 to 2020, the amount of money we were losing because of tax incentives and the tax breaks that we give to corporate entities is going lower. And I think this is a positive. We know today we are talking about revenue. This is revenue that could have been lost, but it's now coming into our economy. And I think that plays a big role in our advocacy in saying that we need to cut down on the tax incentives that we give to corporate entities. And you can see that by simply cutting down from a period of 2017, when we had about 437 billion, and these are official government figures, to 318 billion in 2020. I think this is a big change. This is money that could have been lost, but it's coming into our economy because of reducing the tax incentives that we give. In addition to that, beneficial ownership legislation is one of our wins. In 2019, we amended the Companies Act to require companies to provide information relating to their beneficial owners. This has been a major conversation at every PAC conference that has been held, I'm sure, even at the time I was in law school, that we need beneficial ownership. And Kenya has led and is blazing the trail by allowing us to have beneficial ownership legislation, an amendment to the Companies Act. To operationalize that law, we required regulations which were passed last year, 2020. And currently, it may have passed through your WhatsApps that companies had a certain time frame within which to provide details of who their owners are or their beneficial owners. I think that's a plus. And moving forward, what we are now advocating for is making some of this information public so that we do not have the Margarians getting to a point of owning companies in the country. In addition to that, one of our wins is the unexplained assets, I would say jurisprudence that is coming from our courts. That now, as a public officer today, if we look at the amount of money you have earned for the last 10 years, and we compare that with your assets currently, and we realize there's a discrepancy, then we require you to explain the discrepancy. And if you are unable to explain the discrepancy, then the difference of how much you have earned legally and what you cannot explain will be forfeited to the state. Several cases have come from our courts, and I think that's a plus. In fact, other countries are coming to learn from us about how we are handling the unexplained assets jurisprudence or issue in our courts. In addition to that, the emerging issues, one is the Nairobi International Financial Center, the NIFC. I know that currently it is touted as an opportunity for us to bring investors into our country, but those within the tax justice network know very well that most international financial centers thrive on only two things. That is secrecy, and number two, they thrive on incentives, by providing incentives. Remember, we have spoken about the cost of tax incentives. So when we have the NIFC now, there's a question there. Is it really going to handle the issue of illicit financial flows well? Or is it going to contribute towards more finances flowing out of the country? In addition to that, this is a big part on the back of the government, that out of 123 countries that were negotiating the deal, what we are calling the OECD G20 deal, Kenya and Nigeria are the only two countries from Africa that stood firm and said they would not sign on to that deal. This is a deal that has two proposals. One is to reallocate taxing rights between countries, and the other one is to implement a global minimum tax of about 15%. And Kenya has said no to that deal, most probably because of the digital services tax, which if we were to sign on to this deal, we would lose our ability as a country to tax the big digital services companies that you see coming to our country and getting so much money. You probably, by watching an ad today on your phone, have contributed towards the profits of one of the major multinationals. And I think as a country, losing the ability to tax those entities is a big negative for us. And by the government standing firm and saying no to that, in fact, we, as we are holding our meetings across other African countries, are saying that the Kenyan government blazed the trail and said no. Even you can say no. So I think that's a big plus. And I think the other emerging issue, the less I say about it, the better for me. The Pandora Papers. You must have heard about it. I've spoken about it publicly, and the less I say about it, the better. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. Another beautiful round of applause to Bwana Francis Kairu. Thank you so much indeed. Tax Justice Network Africa, Asante Sana. And of course, clearly, since COVID-19, domestic revenue mobilization has become very critical. And that is why we need to safeguard every kind of resource that we have and can have. Right now, because of time, we'll go very quickly to a key personality spearheading the fight against IFFs from a political perspective. To tell us more, please put your hands together Nancy Abisai, talking to us about the role of legislators on IFFs in the East African Community region. Karibu sana, Honorable. We appreciate it. Karibu sana.
Good morning. First and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to really thank the National Taxpayers Association, East Africa Tax and Governance Network, and Tax Justice Network Africa for taking the lead in ensuring that they are creating space for us to be able to talk about this. I will tell you that this was brought to my attention as I served on the committee at the East Africa Legislative Assembly, and Tax Justice Network did take time to come all the way to talk to us in Arusha in 2013. And from that time, we realized that there was a gap, and that it was important for us to be able to take time and address these issues. My personal interest as a legislator is because I am very passionate about economic and social cultural rights and issues that affect the ordinary citizen. Now, I'll start off with a quote from a former President of the United States, J.F. Kennedy. And J.F. Kennedy once said, "Our task is not to fix the blame for the past, but to fix the cause for the future." We need to fix the cause for the future and not to lament and lament again. We don't want to be turned into a house of lamentations, but we need to make sure that we are taking action to deal with the problems that actually face us. A rising continent with a lot of inequalities, a rising resourceful continent with a lot of poverty and inequalities. That is what we need to address. Now, if you look at the Agenda 2063, it provides that the principle of self-reliance for Africa to finance its own development. That is the principle. Now, if you look at the visions, even across all partner states, especially within the region, the vision actually highlights and echoes those sentiments on self-reliance and domestic resource mobilization, which is a good thing to do. But I'll go back to, and Mwakazi, you started us off with something that I thought was very, very practical, because we don't see the bigger picture. Which is the bigger picture? When I wake you up and I ask you to look at the sky and you start being very theoretical, I don't know, rocket science business, but you don't address the issue. It was simple. The tent has been stolen. The cover on my head is not there. What's gonna happen to me? Do I have shelter anymore? Those are things that we need to address. Important to note, and the key pillar for me is always, it remains self-reliance in terms of financing our own development. Now, even if you look at the local level, where in the counties, we are looking at special economic zones, the question of double tax agreements then comes in. And when we talk about taxation and the double tax agreements, then you know that we are not on the right track. Who is benefiting? There's a time we need to think back. You know, as legislators, the most important thing that I would want to ask myself, what is in it for the ordinary citizen? Because ultimately, that's what I would like to know. The ordinary citizen would want to know, how does this affect them directly, for them to take interest and to be able to take part in it. So if you look at the issue that taxation is the most reliable source of financing development, then you start to touch the ordinary citizen, because then they want to know what is being taxed, where is the tax going, who is paying the tax. So when there is tax avoidance, tax evasion, and incentives to multinationals that is affecting what I call the instant coffee generation and their debt, you know, the debt that is going to be on top of their heads even as we move on. And you know, most of this generation is got too much on them that is going to be, you know, not very good for them. So for me, I'm looking at even the 2008 Doha Declaration, the 2015 Addis Ababa Plan of Action Agenda, which lays out strong political commitment to address the challenge of financing and creating an enabling environment for sustainable development. Let me tell you something. IFFs is a political issue. No matter how much we want to run away from it, it is a political issue and it needs a political solution. And I think that's why I know you have asked us as legislators to say something about it. You can have, and I know, like within, even in Kenya or within the region, we have not lacked resourceful people to talk to us and tell us what is our problem, what are the emerging issues, the challenges, and how to tackle them. But is there political will? Now, when we have Nairobi International Financial Center, then we have Rwanda coming up, the Kigali International Financial Center. Then soon you'll hear all the other countries wanting to have their centers. What's going to happen? We have 6 countries within the region, Sudan being one of them, notwithstanding the conflict in Sudan and the issue of armed conflict and tax evasion, tax avoidance. I don't even think in Sudan they pay tax, leave alone the fact that there's so much natural resource in that country, South Sudan. Now we have DRC Congo joining the community next year. What does that say? It is a resource-rich community, but does it mean that we are getting rid of IFFs within the region? No. I'll tell you that there is a protocol, the East Africa Protocol, the illicit financial flows, and also a task force that was put out to try and address this problem. Even that could not take off because some countries felt that there are some issues being addressed within that protocol, which they feel is going to affect them. Affect them in what sense? Flight capital? Corruption? What is it? So when we have so many countries and at a time that you cannot agree even on a financial center, whether it's good for us, whether it's not good for us, what are the tax incentives? We can't even agree across border between the 6 partner states, even Kenya and other partner states on DTAs, even within ourselves. Forget about the multinational countries. It becomes a big challenge and a big problem unless and until we be be reliant if we keep on waiting for somebody else to come and give us a solution. So we need to start looking at several aspects of these DTAs, and we need to know the double tax agreements, and we need to look at the whole question of regional cooperation and the aspect of the fight against corruption and fight against IFFs. The reason why I keep saying it is a political question, there are some countries within the region that have been able to reduce some of these flows because of the strong commitment in their laws. And as legislators, I see that our role is in three aspects. One, on the legislative role, there is need for us to ensure that the laws are in place, the proper laws are in place to curb IFFs and DTAs. But is it that we lack the laws, or we simply do not pass them? We put them as bills or as agreements, and we don't have, they're not enforceable. So that's one of the things that I feel as legislators, we need to lobby to make sure that we have this within our partner states. Two, and even within the region, those protocols, the treaty establishing the community is very clear. Partner states must sign on those laws that can help us to deal with IFFs and also to come up with proper negotiating skills on DTAs. You see, multinational companies, they have very good negotiators, even when it comes to double tax agreements. But I don't know whether within the African continent, we have those kind of, negotiators. So when we come to the negotiating table, we lose out so much. Ask yourself, one of the presenter before me ably said it. It's only Nigeria and Kenya which were able to stand out. If we are speaking as one, as Africa, did the rest see it? Didn't they see it? Or what is in it? Why aren't we talking as one? Secondly, we need to lobby and to compel that the parliament raises a lot of issues and comes up with programs, especially within the committee level, that engages members of parliament to be able to understand and engage on matters of tax and IFFs and agreements, and knowing exactly what the executive is doing, and raise motions on the need to ensure interventions, and these motions not raise awareness publicly for people to understand. Secondly, on the oversight, what kind of budgetary allocations are we looking at? Examining what the executive is doing in terms of raising capital, in terms of money spending, in terms of revenue collected. Where is the money going? How has it been spent? How much has been collected? What is being allocated where? What does it mean? How is IFF coming in? And where do people really understand, as legislators, do we understand? Because let me tell you, like I'm preparing next year to probably come back to the national and get a national seat. What do you think I will focus on? Will I go to my people and tell them, we need to understand issues of IFFs? Are you understanding? How will they need to translate it to the fact that if I need, we need to demystify the whole component of even the big words. How do we say? We need to, am I communicating? I just want that for that ordinary citizen, and for me as a simple legislator who is not probably going to look at it from that technical angle. And I want to make sure my country and my role as a legislator is making sense to the ordinary citizen. And also on my oversight, we are able to make sure that the executive is taking care of its citizens, because that's ultimately what we want. And people from the government are here. They can understand that very well. And then on the representation, I believe that we need to raise awareness with the public on the dangers of corruption. We need to do that. We need to raise awareness to the public on the dangers of criminal activities. We need to lobby for more involvement and participation of citizens in decision-making on matters of tax. And we also need them to understand that they cannot stay away when we're talking about tax issues because it affects them directly. The only time that I've had a lot of discussions, even in this country, on tax issues is when the fuel suddenly was very high charged. Then everybody started asking, what is this thing they're talking about? So how is this? I was in the village and somebody wanted me to explain to them why is the fuel price and, paraffin, why is it all of a sudden very high? So when you start to explain, then they start to understand, then they get an interest in it. And that's where we need to start from. So unless we get to that point, and unless we try to understand within the framework that people can be able to address, then it becomes very difficult. And I'll go back to what you said, Cairo, that there are some things, and when it reaches that last aspect, you say, the less I talk, the better for me. Do you know why? Anything political makes you put a full stop. But that's where the crux of the matter is. That's where the answer is. On IFFs, politics. You get your politics right, you get your issues addressed. That is my take. And I know that even within the region, if we want to ensure we say, one people, one destiny, the only way we can achieve the one people, one destiny is making sure that we are reading from the same script at financial level, at political level, at social level. The high level of inequality that we are witnessing today can only be reduced if we talk about solutions into curbing IFFs and dealing with matters of double tax agreements, double tax agreements, tax avoidance, tax evasions, and giving incentives to multinationals that don't make sense and are just taking all our resources away. That we cannot do. That we must stop. And always depending on always looking for aid when we can actually finance our own projects. Tanzania tried to do it. They managed. Right now, the SGR in Tanzania, that is operating is state of the art. And it even has a signature Tanzanite station. It is attracting the world. The color, the design, it's a Tanzanite stone that was done during the time of the former president, and it was done minus. It has no debt on it. It has no borrowing on it. It was actually financed from the public coffers within Tanzania. And I think it can be done elsewhere. So the way we collect our revenue and what we use with our revenue is what is going to determine the development that we do. I think I will still end and say that The key pillar remains self-reliance and financing our own development. And then we will know how to take care of our own resources. And probably when we talk about domestic resource mobilization, we really come up with a way and means to ensure that we are doing exactly that. And there's a lot within this region. This is a resource-rich region. And with DRC coming in, East Africa is a resource-rich region. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Honorable Abisai. We celebrate your comments there. Self-reliance, financing our own remains the key pillar. We cannot continue fixing blame in terms of the past. We need to fix the cause for the future. IFFs remains a political issue and definitely needs a political solution. We cannot be self-reliant if we keep waiting for someone else to give us solutions. We need to demystify IFFs for ordinary citizens. We have our politics right. We also have our issues addressed. One people, one destiny, reading from the same script. Right now, I want us to go back to one key conversation we missed earlier on, and I understand we have our key speaker ready, joining us all the way from Germany. So I'd kindly beg your indulgence as we...
Hello, can you hear me? Unfortunately, it seems that you now muted, but I hope you can hear me. I'm not completely sure. I cannot enable my camera. I think that was disabled by the Zoom settings. Can someone maybe in the chat confirm if you can hear me? Ah, perfect. All right. Okay. I think I'm audible. Unfortunately, I can't share my video, but I think for now that's fine. Ah, now it works. Perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's an absolute pleasure to be joining you in your conference, in the Kenyan Conference on Fiscal Management and Revenue Collection. I'm representing two of my colleagues from Kenya who unfortunately couldn't join. If not, they would have been with you right now. But I will try to represent them as best as I can. I will now share my screen just to share a little presentation. Let me see if that works. Okay, I hope you can see the presentation that I'm sharing. If not, please interrupt me because now I can't see the screen. I will talk a bit about GIZ's work on IFF in Kenya. And yeah, my name is Carola Frank. I'm an advisor in the GIZ Global Program Combating Illicit Financial Flows. And as I said, I also have two colleagues in Kenya who unfortunately couldn't make it, but they are the ones usually being on the ground. I will briefly go into definition and relevance, but I think we heard a lot this morning about why we are here, why IFF is such an important topic. But I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing here. Before going a bit in a program overview and what we're doing with a focus, of course, on Kenya. If we talk about illicit financial flows, we do talk about any flow that is either illicitly earned, transferred, or used. So that means all proceeds from corruption, organized crime, but also commercial activities like tax evasion. It is important to us that also we see tax avoidance, anything that goes against the sense of the law, also as part of illicit financial flows. We do, however, as a program, focus a bit more on the illegal side, because that's just easier also to do. But we do find it very important that also the evading tactics and not the evading and avoiding tactics are part of illicit financial flows. If we look at the facts and figures, I think just the speaker before me has put it so well. It's really important that we talk about this in a sense of domestic revenue mobilization. So if we look at the chart on the left, we can see that IFF by far are far greater than official development assistance. And by being able to recover these funds, this would also mean being more independent from international aid flows. And I do see the irony of me as a technical assistance provider talking about this, but it's basically about making our job less necessary and hoping that the countries gain financial independence and can be part, like decide on their own budgets and destinies. And we also see that the money laundered every year is bombastic. It's just a giant number that we can't really comprehend. And we also see that the international community in every country is struggling to confiscate or freeze these assets. So it's a massive amount of sums lost, and we don't really have the means yet to efficiently recover them. But I think everyone is trying, and I'm also going to go later in how we are trying to support our partners in doing so. I think you heard about that, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. It's important that we go about this topic for domestic resource mobilization, but also to curb the crimes that precede illicit financial flows and to contribute to stability, rule of law, and security. And also, if we look at international frameworks that try to prevent money laundering, terrorist financing, corruption, it's also really important that if countries comply with these standards, this also contributes to their access to finance, to the investment climate. So it's also really an economic impact, like secondary economic impact from the illicit financial flows by adhering to international standards. Us as a program, we're guided by multiple international standards, high level, of course, the Sustainable Development Goals. On an operational level, a bit more by the United Nations Conventions Against Corruption and the Financial Action Task Force standards against money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing that give the whole approach a bit more, let's say, it's more operational than the Sustainable Development Goals. So let's go a bit more into our program. Why am I here? So GIZ has a lot of active programs in Kenya. I think you're all aware. I'm now talking just about my program. That's the global program on combating illicit financial flows. But we also have another very important bilateral program, for example, on good governance and a lot of different programs in different sectors. So this overview kind of gives you just an indication for our program, which not only operates in Kenya, I will show you in a second, but all around the world. And our objective is to strengthen the global, regional, and national systems for the development-oriented fight against illicit financial flows. It's a very high-level objective, and I will go into how we do that in a second. We're operating in different countries and regions. Of course, in Kenya and Eastern Southern Africa, we work with regional organizations like the FATF-style regional bodies. In this case, that would be the Eastern Southern Anti-Money Laundering Group, but also the asset recovery interagency networks in Eastern Africa. And then we have we have colleagues in the Western Balkans, in Northern Western Africa, in Germany, where I'm currently at, and in Latin America. And yeah, let's get a bit more to what we actually do. So we work in 3 fields of intervention with our partners in the countries. The first one being prevention, the second one financial investigation, and the third one asset recovery. The basic logic being we follow the money, and either we can prevent illicit financial flows from happening, or if they occur, then we need to strengthen the investigation of them. And if then the illicit assets are identified, they need to be seized, recovered, and managed. And that is a bit the logic behind it. If we zoom in a bit more, we see that one of the foundations of our program is to work on transparency and support our countries, our partner countries, in setting up beneficial ownership registers, but also having more data on IFF and strengthening their risk awareness, since that is one of the basic fundamentals of the international frameworks, that you need to know about the risks that your system in your country faces. And then we would move on to strengthening the supervision, regulation, but also the reporting of suspicious transactions from financial institutions, but also from lawyers, accountants, notaries in the country. So I think a lot of you heard about the so-called gatekeepers or enablers of illicit financial flows, whatever emphasis you want to put on these group of people. And that's a huge focus for our program, to really look at what do lawyers, what do company formation agents, how are they regulated and supervised? And that's just a weakness in a lot of the systems in countries, and a challenge a lot of countries all around the world face. So that's definitely a huge focus for us to go into that. We also work with financial intelligence units. So basically, when a financial institution sends a suspicious transaction report and says something fishy is happening here, then the financial intelligence units needs to analyze these information and compile intelligence reports to then pass on to law enforcement. And we really work along the whole chain there and support them in doing that better and having more better intelligence, and then strengthening interagency cooperation between the police, prosecution, but also tax authorities, because everyone has a piece of the puzzle, and only if the different agencies work well together, we can see that illegal assets are being identified and frozen. And then, of course, this doesn't stop at a border, so it's really important that also the international cooperation is working in that field, and that works a lot in informal networks. So those are these asset recovery interagency networks, where we see law enforcement agents informally working together and exchanging information and trying to find the perpetrators. And then what is often forgotten, but what we also focus on, is the management of assets. So if you seize a car that has been used in drug trafficking, then someone has to take care of that car and maybe sell it and then do something with the money. So it could also be like livestock. What if you have livestock that was bought with illegal money? Then how do you take care of all the goats or anything? So it's a very interesting field also to then look at how to make money out of the illegal assets that might be frozen in terms of investigations. And yeah, to not go too much into detail, but we work on different levels, as I said, so on the national, regional, international level, where we really try to first localize international standards like the Financial Action Task Force standards, help countries to be compliant there. That's a huge drive for a lot of countries, actually, to be compliant there, to not be listed by the international community, but also to do this in an effective way, and then scaling up the experience from national level to the regional one and the international one, so that also there in these international bodies that are often very much global north focused, that also there the perspective and position from countries, from Kenya, from different countries all around the world is being seen, and best case also adapted if the standards don't fit. All right, let's go a bit more into detail for Kenya. So I mentioned in the beginning that, or like in this chart where we saw the different fields of intervention, that beneficial ownership is a huge focus. We do see that, I mean, you heard about Panama Papers, Paradise Papers, Pandora Papers recently, and this all has to do with intransparent ownership chains, with criminals and corrupt officials being able to hide dirty money behind corporate structures that are just very intransparent. And by increasing the transparency on that, we believe that this is a key to fight corruption, tax evasion, and so many other economic crimes. And we see that that's why also when you look at the global standards, beneficial ownership transparency is part of so many of them. Also, the Open Government Partnership focuses on that area, and more countries are committing to beneficial ownership transparency. And so in Kenya, we supported our partners in setting up the register. I think it's now online and working, up and running, and also in, raising awareness on it. We also supported the legal groundwork in setting up the register. And yeah, now the question is, how will it be used? I think it's the early stages. So let's hope that the data in it is also, yeah, that companies register and that this is being used well. But we will also support it in the future. And let's see. But we hope that we do see a huge potential in that area. Another very important part of the work in Kenya, those are just two examples. I mean, there is more, but I think this just helps in understanding a bit what we do, was to help institutionalize the multi-agency investigation approach. I think this has been featured in a multitude of international conferences, and Kenya is really like a very good practice here internationally on how different agencies can come together and successfully exchange information and jointly work on cases that then lead to successful asset recovery. And there it's very important. I mean, this is it's just crucial for anything to work, that you have this approach, and that you have clear mandates and knows who's doing what, who has which information. And we could see, I mean, that's not only due to that governance structure, but that Kenya is doing exceptionally well in these last years in recovering assets. If you look at the timeline, it's a huge increase. And I think that recent numbers show that Kenya was able to recover, or the EACC was able to recover more than 12 billion Kenyan shillings in 2019-20, which is really impressive and just shows the impact it can have on domestic revenue mobilization. And I believe it was being used also for COVID relief. So in this case, very relevant for sustainable development. And in the chart, you can see also that the conviction rates doubled and a lot of that. So Kenya is really doing well on that. And our part was in providing trainings and helping the institutionalization, capacity building, and yeah, all of that. And I think, and then also in helping and scaling up that approach. So in featuring it in the regional bodies and helping then other countries in replicating the approach, and of course tailoring it to their realities and their frameworks. But yeah, so those are two examples, and we're doing a lot more. I included a contact from myself, but also from my colleague who's working in the country. I hope that helped in getting a bit of an overview why we are there and what we're trying to achieve. If there are any questions, of course, happy to take them. And yeah, please reach out.
Ms. Carola, are you still there?
Yes, now I can hear you again.
Ms. Carola? Okay. Excellent, excellent, Ms. Carola. Thank you so much. Just before we leave you, I hope you can hear me clearly. We have young people here, and the general question would be, is there a role they can play in the fight against IFFs, and what would be your recommendations to them?
I think the public is, yeah, the public is really important here. Yeah, perfect. That's an excellent question. I think one thing, I mean, it depends a bit where you're at in your careers, but there is a lack of people working in this field still and understanding the field well. So I do think anyone who wants to work also in financial investigation and all of that is actually needed. But apart from that, it's just about raising awareness on the issue, on sharing information, maybe in social media, just like, it's just massive sums. And I think a lot of people don't understand them well, that are being lost. And like just the basic awareness raising of it would also help in increasing also the pressure on governments to act and do something. There's also excellent work being done by investigative journalists that need support, and that needs to be shared. Also, anyone who's working in that field, congratulations on the work you're doing there. It's a bit complicated to get involved, but I would say really awareness raising, and maybe even working in that field would be definitely valued and needed. I think now you're muted again, which seems to be a bit of a feedback thing.
Many thanks. Thank you so much, Ms. Carola. Just appreciating your time and your comments, and thank you for the recommendations. Creating awareness, and of course, really a big challenge to journalists out there to engage in investigative journalism so that we can have those critical information out there for the people to understand and be part of the fight. Asante sana. Thank you so much indeed. All right. So now very quickly, we will move on to another very critical moment where we can engage key parties here. One of them, you really don't want to miss this particular session. Honorable Shakil Shabir is here. Never minces his words when it comes to the fight against corruption. And I'm sure he is loaded with thoughts that will definitely push us forward. But in the meantime, I'd kindly request that we be upstanding for a moment. Let us be upstanding for a moment. Thank you so much for your indulgence. Let us be upstanding for a moment. Right, we're about 2 hours late. Standing since we've been sitting still since we started, and just want to get yourself a bit of a space there. I appreciate the fact that we're in the university, unity and diversity. So we have the senior people here in age and also in title. So the energies we need to awaken. So just get yourself some space. Just get yourself some space. And simple. This was so important when all the gyms in the country were closed during COVID. It's the power of the internet you could actually work out. So get yourself some space. Get yourself some space. Simple exercise here. Simple exercise. Let's go. Warm up. Neck warm up.
Neck exercises from
Get ready. Get ready. Get ready.
Ready.
Body, please. Let's go. Everybody, this is for everybody.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Excellent. Shoulders, please. Everybody, volume, please.
Okay, now we're going to do shoulder rotation.
Let's go.
5 to the front and 5 to the back. Ready? Begin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Fantastic. Okay, let's go. Prepare yourself, prepare yourself.
Starting from the left to the right.
Let's go.
Ready? Begin.
Let's go.
1, 2, 3.
This is for everybody. We need you healthy.
7, 8.
This fight is tough. Okay, now this one, just get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready. Volume, please, my friend.
Good job.
Let's go.
Ready? Begin.
Let's go, everybody, 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 everybody. Warm up, because the next session is going to be powerful. Excellent, excellent. Okay, you can take your seat. A big round of applause to yourselves. Many thanks indeed. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, guide us through the next session. We have a panel discussion. We're going to talk about IFFs and its effects on revenue realization. Guide us through that discussion. Guide us through that discussion. Please put your hands together for Jason Braganza from Afro. Big round of applause. Thank you so much. Karibu sana. Topic: IFFs and its effects on revenue realization in Kenya. You can kindly take charge of the panel and guide us through in welcoming your panelists. But a quick Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause once again to our moderator, Mr. Jason Braganza. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jason Braganza, and I'm with the African Forum and Network on Debt and Development. It is a pleasure to be joining a room that's now nicely filling up. I'm sure the energy that has been put through this morning is really filtered through the university campus, hence the continuous stream of flow of students walking in. So you're all very welcome to this 9th conference on illicit financial flows and tax, hosted by Tax Justice Network Africa, the National Taxpayers Association, and all the other partners that have been involved. It's my distinguished pleasure to host this first plenary session. We've had a really great introduction to the different issues, whether it's at the global level, the continental level, and now really to get stuck into the national level aspects of illicit financial flows and how they can actually hinder domestic resource generation and realization. So far, we've talked about how we mobilize domestic revenues, but I think the realization of our domestic resources is equally important. And with me is a very energetic panel. I would like to start by introducing them one at a time. First is Ms. Sheila Masinde, who is the Country Director for Transparency International Kenya, and I believe she's joining us online. So I hope there's a screen somewhere that can, where she can hear us. So Sheila, if you're in the Zoom room, please just wave your hand or show us your face so we can know that you're with us. Then we also have Mr. Michael Otieno, who's an advisor with National Taxpayers Association. So if I can please ask you to come up. I hope you're aware that you're on the panel. Please, we're welcome. And last but not least, Honorable Shakil Shabir, who is a member of parliament and with the Parliamentary Network on Anti-Corruption. Mheshimiwa, you're very welcome. Please, a round of applause as they come up. Great, and I should caveat this. This is not deliberately meant to look like a manual. we did hope that Sheila was going to be here with us physically. So please take note of that and accept our apologies on behalf of the organizers. But just to get straight into it, and maybe I'll just start with Michael, maybe, and then I'll go to Sheila and then Honorable Shabir. You talked about in your remarks about taking the conversation away from the ivory towers on illicit financial flows and bringing it down to the streets. When it comes to demystifying illicit financial flows in the context of revenue realization in Kenya, how would you suggest we make that transition from, we've talked about tax incentives, we've talked about, Francis talked about tax expenditures and so on, but how do we make this conversation on illicit financial flows and its effects on revenue realization a more broader, accessible conversation to the general public?
Thanks, Jason. And just to also add that, yes, I was aware, but it came in quite late in, but we'll still get there. Now, that's a very important question. And I'll just go back to the initial discussion I had, or the initial talk I had in the morning. The reality of the matter is that when we talk about tax, starting from tax, it's a fairly complex subject. And those of us who are at the university, I'm sure you understand that, including the Faculty of Law, that tax, the units that cover tax discussions are fairly complex. Now, you can imagine what the ordinary citizen would then feel if you're talking about such a complex issue. In addition to that, we are now introducing a far more complex aspect, which is illicit financial flows. And we may first begin by thinking about how we make it a citizen-driven process rather than a technical, expert-driven process. And probably one of the things that we may begin thinking about looking forward to the next year's Pan-African Conference on Illicit Financial Flows is to also invite the ordinary citizens here so that they sit with us and tell us their conceptualization of issues of tax. My hunch on it is that even though tax is complex, the reality is that the management of public affairs is almost entirely dependent on tax. In fact, broader discussions generally agree on the fact that the most sustainable way to finance government expenditure and public expenditure is through taxation. Two, we also need to contextualize the fact that tax is not just about direct taxes. Tax is about indirect taxes. In fact, if you look at the Kenyan tax architecture, the biggest percentage of our tax revenue is actually from indirect taxes, particularly value-added tax, which directly affects the ordinary citizen. So my thinking is that by focusing on the top-level discussions, we also need to begin generating interest by focusing on the lower-level discussions, by mobilizing citizens to understand that when they go to the shop to buy a matchbox, when they go to the shop to buy unga, when they go to the shop to buy any basic commodity, part of the money that they actually pay to get that commodity is tax. And we can make it a fairly simple discussion to the extent that if we quantify what we utilize from the time we wake up, and I'm using this example from the Ugandan tax justice campaign, they did a very simple campaign tool that focuses on what we spend from the time we wake up to the time we go to bed. You know, the toothpaste, the toothbrush, the breakfast, the matatu that you bought as you go to work, and all those things that you spend in the course of the day, and calculate how much of that expenditure is actually tax, And then citizens begin to realize that actually the reason I'm paying my fare from home to work at 50 Kenya shillings is because of tax. Otherwise, I would have paid 20 Kenya shillings. Then it becomes more of natural evolution of daily life experience of ordinary citizens into the purview of taxation. So we may not even mention the complex terminologies that we are talking about, but further express it in such a way that the reason the cost of living is high is actually because we are giving tax incentives. So avoid the word incentive and simply say it's because we are actually allowing a certain multinational corporation not to pay tax, and because they are not paying, you have to pay on their behalf. You know, at the end of the day, someone has to pay. There's no free lunch anyway. Someone has to pay. So because they are not paying, you are actually paying. And because you are paying, life is more expensive because someone else is not paying. And I think that in my opinion, is a better way to approach it.
Thank you very much, Michael. And I think it's a very nice segue to bring in Sheila on this idea that there is nothing like a free lunch, because that's really at the crux of the issue around illicit financial flows, revenue realization, but also the role of citizens and the role of the public when it comes to these discussions. And Sheila, I'd be interested in your take on the idea that, you know, they should and they ought to be a greater role for the public, for citizens, in actually discussing the effects of illicit financial flows on revenue realization in Kenya, particularly from the context of the work that Transparency International Kenya has been doing over the very many years. Sheila.
Thank you very much, Jason, and greetings to my co-panelists, Honorable Shakil, Chair of APNAC, as well as Michael Otieno, and all participants. Thank you very much for inviting us to this conference and giving us an opportunity to speak on this very important subject. I think it's something that we don't speak about often. And I like that question that you've asked, Jason, in terms of how to even just start breaking it down for citizens, because when we talk about IFFs, it all sounds so big and gray. And I agree with Michael in terms of we need to bring it down to Kenyans so that they're able to understand and look at the implications that illicit financial flows, questions around tax avoidance, capital flight, corruption, and so on have in regard to the cost of living, and even our inability to manage our public debt portfolio currently, how all these things related. I think when you look at the amounts that we are losing, last year alone, it said that we lost about 384 billion shillings through corruption, illegal exploitation of natural resources, tax evasion by multinational corporations as well as individuals. And just looking at the whole complexity around, the mask of shell companies that are used to hide money and transfer assets out of the country to avoid tax liability. And it is really a question that we need to bring down home. I think more recently, the question, and I remember my former colleague, Francis Cairo, of course, I know he said this tongue in cheek that he doesn't want to, talk about the Pandora Papers, that it's a subject he'd rather avoid today. But Jason, please bring back Francis so we can talk about this because we had a good national debate about 2 weeks ago. And I think it's important to continue to highlight the impact of and what needs to be done following the Pandora Papers, particularly because that the prominent First family has been named in those investigations. But really, when you look at the Pandora Papers holistically, they bring home the need to rein in the lawless offshore industry globally, and it has provided an opportunity to speak about the IFFs. And because I think in the last 3 weeks, I've never really had an opportunity to break it down as I have done in the last 3 weeks. And this is something that we've tried to speak about more than the last in more than 10 years or so. So I think that it is important that we continue to speak about it, but also just maybe sorry to go off track a little bit, but now that we're talking about it, but just also to emphasize that there needs to be accountability. Remember that the president undertook to give a comprehensive response in regards to the listing of his family in the report. He hasn't done that. It's now 3 weeks, but we must continue to demand that he fulfills this, because I believe that there's an opportunity for us to be able to reform the financial sector through acting on what could have happened or what didn't happen. Remember, the Panama Papers of 2016 have since seen the recovery of public funds across the world in back taxes and penalties. Authorities around the world continue to pursue both civil and criminal cases against those who are accused of money laundering and corruption in those investigations. So we similarly have an opportunity, even here in Kenya, to strengthen our financial systems and get justice for Kenyans. But just going back, relating this whole conversation on the Pandora Papers and the IFFs, and how do we bring home the subject for Kenyans to understand, is that it's really been argued that the Pandora Papers, I mean the cases we're looking at in the Pandora Papers, even if the money was not corruptly acquired, like in the case of the president, right, has been argued that it wasn't quite clear whether there was any evidence that the funds that were taken out of, moved out of the country, were corruptly acquired. But then there's just that whole moral question, in terms of the movement of money to tax havens. What does that mean for socioeconomic development? When we have reduced funds in circulation in the local economy, if we had all that money that has been taken out there, invested out there in tax havens, would we have handled, the COVID-19 crisis better, for instance, with more money circulating in the economy? Would we be at a more desirable state in regards to management of public debt with more money circulating in our economy? Would we have more young people in employment rather than out of employment, as is the case currently? Would the president, who is leaving office in, 9 or 10 months, be better placed to leave a lasting legacy in regard to the Big Four agenda at the end of his term, because we would have had more revenue internally to deploy to security, manufacturing, housing, and infrastructure development, and the health agenda? Would we then all those questions of how better we could have managed if we had that money locally? And of course, is that just moral question that you're in charge of a country, but then you choose to take it out there? What does that mean in terms of confidence in our systems, in our financial systems? But that's a whole different session, Jason. So let me not divert. But I think this really demonstrates the consequences of IFFs. The consequences are daunting. Reduced tax earning have a direct and negative effect on public and private investments, the provision of public services, as we have seen, because the IFFs indirectly impose an unfair, regressive tax burden on poorer citizens. And the situation in which most of us Kenyans are. Most people are poor rather than rich or barely surviving, and what impact it also has on honest businesses. Most of the businesses we have in our economy are small, businesses. What does that mean for these people? It means, fewer schools, clinics, jobs, infrastructure, and social protection, as I've highlighted earlier. And I listened to some of the campaign promises that have been made by, some of the current presidential contenders. And I wonder through which financial mechanisms they will be able to deliver some of the pledges if they do not address the problem of IFF. So just linking this also with the session, with the presentation of Honorable Abisai earlier, I think it's something that we need to also discuss politically and really now, use this opportunity with us going into the next general elections in a few months. How do we elevate this problem of IFFs into that conversation and also make it an agenda in regard to the next elections, and make it an agenda for the government that is going to come thereafter for the next administration?
A lot of food. And yeah, sorry about that. And I think I want to build on your last few comments that you've just made to bring in Honorable Shabir here, we saw also what Sheila has mentioned about, making this a political issue, making this an electoral issue over the next few months. But interestingly, also the tax perception survey that was done by the East African Tax and Governance Network that showed most people perceive corruption and tax evasion and tax avoidance as being one of the biggest sources of why the Revenue Authority cannot meet its target year on year. And I wanted just to get from your perspective at the network of the Parliamentary Network on, for Anti-Corruption, how is it that we can make this a more robust debate in Parliament? How can we go about dealing with the cancer that is corruption, that is affecting revenue realization in Kenya? Mheshimiwa.
Hello? Yeah. Okay. Firstly, for those, just to introduce myself, I'm the chairman of the African Parliamentarians Against Corruption. Now, we've talked, I thought mostly we are going to be discussing the issue of taxation, illicit financing, financial funding, and the effect on taxation. Firstly, in America, they say only two things are inevitable: taxation and debt. That's not so in Kenya. Firstly, the second point is this. First, let's go back to taxation. The propensity to pay tax, or the propensity to save to pay tax in Kenya is very low. Direct taxation. Now, one of those things is because perhaps our levels of taxation are not there. But the major issue is this: the taxman takes the easy option out. Value-added tax is an anti-poor poverty tax. They find ways to raise quick tax quickly so that they can meet unscheduled demands on taxation. So the first thing I would like to say, and we've been fighting for this in Parliament, is when you do a budget, we know how many people there are in Kenya. We have a general idea of what they're doing. It's quite easy to figure out what our taxation capacity is. What are we about? What is our taxation capacity? Now, second point is this. When we do our budgets, and I sit in Parliament in the Finance Committee now 15 years, I have yet to figure out why we don't find out how much money we have first. Even an uneducated lady anywhere in my constituency will know that I have 100 bob to spend, and this is what I'm going to spend it on. Our country decides what it is to spend, and then goes to the taxman and says, raise it. So there is something critically wrong in the system. They're meant to be, the two must work together. What is called the direct taxation and the indirect taxation. They're proportional to each other. You cannot allow the indirect taxation to take over where it should be direct. Even if you pay your 5 shillings direct taxation, let it be done. When we are now coming to the issue of corruption, a corruption is an alternative economy. For an alternative economy, you cannot have the standardized taxation institution, because there is a second economy going on. Whether it is corruption, corrupt activities, whatever, tax evasion, and other stuff, they are countries like Philippines, they have devised ways to find these corrupt activities and charge them at very high rates. So those are the issues that we have to say. Corruption inevitably has an immediate effect on the amount of taxation, because direct taxation, because people now start taking advantage. When we are now, let's just come to this issue of funding, financial flows, etc. Before I even go there, if a person knows previously, somebody in the Ministry of Finance, they would go and get tax rebates on huge items. And that tax rebate, as my fellow panelist has just said, hits the poor man. I'm talking to you students perhaps and people who know. Remember Mombasa? Remember all that piracy money that was coming in? Remember what happened? And remember what's happening now? That piracy money was illegal, illicit funding. That was money laundering. The prices went up, everything went up, drugs went up, the drug menace went up. Now, we never did anything about it. So that is one simple one. We want to talk to you about another one, maybe you don't know. There was somebody called Talo. Talo, they said they're coming to dig for oil here. They sit in my committee. I'm talking honestly. Our committee, despite many of us fighting it, the ministry brought to us an issue that we must give them tax rebates on this, and this. In the end, they paid nothing. Who pays for that? The poor man. They pay for this. So I think when we're now talking about, let's come back to, if you didn't ask me this, but I'll go into that. The issue of illicit funding. There are two levels of it. There's the regulated and the unregulated. The regulated, going through the banks, etc., is still there. And it is defined and orchestrated by our development partners, whether it be China, whether it be America, whether it be whatever. This, what we call illicit, they don't like to call it illicit. Transfer pricing, other stuff, if you know what transfer pricing means, they charge for services that are not, and then they don't pay for tax. That is why we wanted this tax on what is called media. Digital taxation. Do you know how much trouble we are having on digital taxation? They're coming to us with words and words of notes, and we have all those experts coming to tell us, but we're saying no. So somewhere somebody has to say no. That's one. I also want to talk about the issue of illegal, what is called money laundering. Money laundering. Recently, as a result of some people coming over here with lots and lots of money, trying to take it and saying that they're going to get a big loan in Uganda, whatever, it has affected the economy. So at this moment in time, Kenya is run down due to what we call financial trickery. I want to call it financial trickery. So what do we do about it? How do we fight corruption? There is no way to fight corruption. It was born with us with Adam and Eve. Our job is to do the best that we can. The best that we can. Right now, I go to my tax department and I ask and urge some of you to go to see your Kenya Revenue Authority. I'm not bragging, I'm telling you, they're becoming very efficient. They become very efficient, but you're putting to them targets that are not achievable because of expenditure that we want on the big four, the big five, whatever. Those are the targets that we're putting on them. And then on the wananchi, you're putting the tax. What happened to minimum taxation? We sat and we argued about it, and we were told would pass this without even changing a full stop. And one person or two people said no, but it was passed. What is minimum taxation? It's the same thing. What happened? One way we are passing this minimal taxation. The other day, after that, the Minister of Finance is waiving the same taxation for Kenya Airways in the billions of shillings. Do you understand me? So I think firstly, the position that we have and the position that we've been taking is the system must change. Our taxation, our systems of tax must be robust. They must be strong. They must be able to stand against the issue of corruption. If you remember when you were paying your tax at one time, you could take your files and go and sit in KRA with maybe 20,000 shillings in your pocket and come back. You can't do that now. You know, now electronically everything is happening. Taxation is looking forward. So what do? How do we fight corruption? Strengthen Kenya Revenue Authority, strengthen the systems, strengthen the demands, and curtail, cut back on the power of ministers and treasuries to waive. That must come to Parliament. It must not come to Parliament as an afterthought. If you want to waive some taxation because somebody is bringing in a lot of money, it must go through the system. We must put it in the Kenya Gazette. We must put it in the newspaper. There must be a public participation that X, Y, and Z is doing this. I think basically that is the way forward, and the way that I would suggest on illicit funding. I'm sorry to say this. Well, this is a Western concept, my brothers. Sisters. It's a Western concept. They called it transfer pricing. They came and extract our gold, extract our whatever they need to extract from here, and they go and they transfer price it. Now, because others are doing it, they've called it illicit funding, and they've got it into as unregulated and regulated economy. First, I agree with my dear lady, my friend Mishimiwa. Sort ourselves out. Sort ourselves out. The only way to do it is to continue hammering at that situation. Give our institutions this. It's not political. Politically, it will never happen. The political issue must be set aside, and the institutions must be standing strong. This is what happened in America when Donald Trump tried to break the system. The system was stronger than the politics, and that's what we need. The system needs to be strengthened, and I'm really heartened, and I have been to the Kenya Revenue Authority and other such places, and I've seen some of these people have a real desire to change. What happened to us between independence and now? Kenya had one of the best civil services in the world, together with Nigeria. One of the best. They were being paid and they do the work. Now we are one of the worst because we allowed them to go into doing trade and doing other things. So those are the sort of things we need to cut down on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the clock and it's moving very quickly towards that time of the day. But I just want to do one more round and then maybe open it up to the group that's here and maybe online. And I'll come to Michael with this and just building up from what Honorable has mentioned here about it being in our DNA. This idea of corruption being in our DNA and delinking politics from systems. How do we do that in our context, where the two seem to be so intrinsically linked? Sheila has talked about the Pandora Papers and some of the names that have been mentioned there. Honorable talked about the Nairobi International Financial Center, the Kigali International Financial Center. These are both political decisions, but that have such strong impacts on the ability of institutions and systems to stay strong. How do we delink these two things, as Honorable has suggested here?
Yeah, in my first year class in political science, when we were asked to define politics, one of the things that came up and that I still remember today is that politics is ubiquitous. Politics is everywhere. So we cannot pretend that we can separate. They're like Siamese twins, you know. Well, technology may be able to separate Siamese twins, but I don't think there is technology that can separate politics from the rest of society. And the reality is that probably we need to think about fixing our political system to be able to address some of these challenges that we are talking about. And fixing the political system is actually a responsibility of all of us. Let me draw back the discussion a little bit to the bigger issue of taxation. There are these broad things. I'm really trying to avoid convoluting the discussion by using complex terms, but there are these things we normally refer to as the 4 R's of taxation. Representation, and I'm using representation first because of the link to politics. You know, revenue, very important because we need to raise revenue to support the political system, political, administrative, productive, all those systems within the state. And then there are the other tangential ones, repricing, you know, at the fourth one. You know. But my primary focus is on representation and revenue. The American rallying call towards independence was no taxation without representation. If I'm not in it, then you have no business taxing me. If you tax me, then I have a moral and political obligation to hold you to account on how you use the resources that I give you. You know, I think the argument that the government is some entity that is delinked from the citizen may not necessarily in this case be realistic. In essence, citizens in working democracy, citizens should be able to choose what kind of government they have. So if we choose a corrupt government, maybe it also means that we are corrupt. Mheshimiwa, I'm a bit reluctant to agree to the fact that we are not able to fight corruption. I think we can fight corruption. And fighting corruption begins by dealing with our moral psyche within the individual. And 2, making corruption so expensive that even before you think about it, you'd rather avoid it, you know. So what use is it if I loot public resources and then lose everything, including my own resources that were part of that process? On the issue of revenue raising, and this is where illicit financial flows then become important, and I think linking that discussion is useful. Governments are dependent on revenue. That revenue is generated from us citizens, from our own production. But raising revenue is not an end in itself. The reason we raise that revenue is to be able to give back to the citizens. But if we raise that revenue in such a manner that only a small section of the society then benefits from that revenue that we are raising, then it becomes a fundamental challenge. And that is why illicit financial flows is important, because if you look at the report that I was referring to in the morning, the AU UNECA report on illicit financial flows, they identified certain drivers of illicit financial flows. You know, commercial activities of multinational corporations, criminal activities, you know, and corruption. In that report, which for me is a political report also, because for the first time, African countries were recognizing the reality that illicit financial flows is a problem for the continent. illicit financial flows is standing on the way of self-reliance. It is standing on the way of generating our own internal resources. In that report, commercial activities, including of multinational corporations and of course, national level corporations, contributed 35%. So I think it's 35 or 65. I'm trying to test how many of us have read that report. Is it 35 or 65? 60. 60, 65, 35. Please, let's take our time and have a look at it. It's a very important African document. The communication in that report is that commercial activities of multinational corporations contribute the largest percentage of resources, domestic resources that African countries are using. And even as we think about national level interventions on domestic revenue mobilization, we must focus on where the real problem is. Corruption only accounted for 5% in that report, by the way. I mean, I'm not trying to reduce the importance of corruption, but I'm trying to broaden the debate so that, and I'm very happy, this is a Western concept. I'm very happy you raised it. The reason we are being made to focus, I know this could be controversial, but the reason we are being made to focus on corruption is because the problem lies elsewhere. You know this thing of diverting attention. When someone steals and you shout thief, 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 you are the thief, but you are the one shouting thief, so that you can go to the wrong direction. That the biggest problem that African countries are facing today are commercial activities. And until and unless we deal with that, we will still come back and talk about fighting corruption as a diversionary, in quotes, problem.
Thanks very much, Michael. And actually, you've allowed me to bring in Sheila here on this issue of the commercial activities, and also try to be a little bit more propositional in terms of what are the kind of things we need to be doing to support governments, to support parliamentarians. And Sheila, I'd like your take on this, because I know TI Kenya has been very integral in supporting the regional parliament, but also the domestic parliament on illicit financial flows, but specifically on the commercial transaction and commercial activity when it comes to a region that's so endowed with natural resources and where a majority of illicit financial flows stem from. What are the kind of aspects or issues or proposals we can actually leave this session with to our parliamentarians, but also to the students and the representatives of governments that are here? Thanks.
Thanks. Sorry, there's an echo. I hope that's been sorted out. Sorry for the echo. Thanks, Jason, for coming back to me. First, let me just maybe talk on the issue around the role of politics. I think it's really important to consider that and what role it plays in regard to the subject matter. But for me, we need political goodwill to address some of the problems that we have. And looking at even the laws and the institutions, where we have gaps, Parliament has a great say on this, looking at their lawmaking role. Institutions such as the Kenya Revenue Authority, the Central Bank of Kenya, Financial Reporting Center, Asset Recovery Agency, these are critical in terms of financial oversight, financial reporting, and so on. And even looking at the role that some of them play in the anti-money laundering framework. But then we know that they come under the executive, which is formed and managed politically. And that is why political will is so important. In fact, when we ask ourselves why we are where we are in terms of financial management in this country and the fight against corruption, it will go when you keep on asking yourself, why aren't we able to do this? and you ask and try and track those responses across the chain, you will get to the point where it is about political goodwill, and we really now need to question of how do we strengthen political goodwill in regard to financial management, but importantly as well is in the fight against corruption. So I thought I should just mention that even as we talk about strengthening and insulating institutions which are created under our constitution, some of our independent commissions, which are responsible for some of these issues we're talking about, that we still, there's still a measure of political goodwill that is important, to give them the space and the right environment for them to perform. Jason, on your question around, some of the proposals that we have given in regard to illicit financial flows, not just in Kenya, but also regionally, I think one of the things that is really clear that for us to be able to crack down on illicit financial flows, and just even strengthen mechanisms in regards to how do we bring back the money that we are losing out there, whether it is to tax evasion or avoidance or money laundering or corruption, plain corruption. It is really important for us to really look at the institutions, strengthening those institutions. And I believe that in doing so, we can then be able to unlock, precious resources that are really needed to close the financing gap, bring, increase and enhance domestic resource mobilization, increase revenues within the country. That is really critical. We need to look at these institutions and see how we can be able to strengthen and empower them. When I look at some of the institutions that are involved, like EACC, I know we have a session, I think we're supposed to have a session tomorrow, and it'd be important even to just ask, in terms of human resources or technical resources, what do you have to enable you to bring back, to follow the money and bring it back, KRA as well. So there are those issues around technical and human resources that we must look at to be able to ensure that we are bringing back this money that we are losing. But even before we lose this money, there's that whole question of how do we even avoid, losing this money in the first place, whether it is through corruption, money laundering, and tax evasion, tax avoidance, and so on. And I think one of the things that we have done globally is that there are various global standards that have been developed, which require financial institutions and related professional intermediaries, what we've regarded as, enablers, the lawyers, the accountants, real estate sector as well, to ensure that that these financial institutions are running checks, and also the professional intermediaries are running checks on their clients in order to make sure that they are not enabling illicit financial flows. So one of the things that I think has been really critical is just some of tightening those regulations, even in regard to banking, looking at closely at transactions, even by, politically exposed persons and opaque corporate structures, such as trusts, which are really considered high risk, and then they should be subject to greater scrutiny. We need the government to strengthen, the current requirements in regard to vetting of such clients, and I think maybe as I speak of this, it's important to even talk about last week's presidential directive to the National Treasury to immediately, cause the upward revision of, cash banking transactions, that reporting threshold from the current mark of 1 million shillings to a higher amount. I think it's a conversation that we really need to follow, because there are concerns that this could backpedal the fight against corruption and IFFs, because we must also remember the grand corruption cases that led to this directive in the first place. Remember the National Youth Service cases, the cases of suspects transferring loads of money on gunny bags and others. So we at this point, we actually need those financial guidelines to be strengthened rather than relaxed, because we are also going into an election, and we have concerns around campaign financing. Yeah, and what does that mean? When you relax some of these regulations, what does it mean in terms of opening the floodgates for dirty money? Especially we are looking at a situation where we don't have any regulations on campaign financing, and so what does that mean in terms of money coming in from money laundering, arms trades, drug trafficking, and other illicit actions? So we really need to look at the financial institutions and see how they can be strengthened and regulations strengthened, particularly when you talk about any regulations regarding anti-money laundering and combating financing of terrorism, the CFT frameworks and so on, as stipulated by the proceeds of crime and anti-money laundering law. I think the other thing that we really must also look at in regard to ensuring that we enhance revenue generation within the country and prevent illicit financial flows is also just looking at the whole question around beneficial ownership. I think Francis highlighted that it's one of the wins that we have had in the last, 5 years or so since the Companies Act was amended. But we really need to ensure that we actually now get to the point where those beneficial ownership registers are open and publicly and available to the public, such that I may be able to, as a normal citizen, I can log in and actually just get information on who owns what in Kenya. I think particularly when you look at the questions around public procurement, because this is where we're losing a lot of our taxpayers, had paid taxpayers money, if I can say so. And so we really need to also ensure that publication of beneficial ownership information for companies, trusts, and other arrangements is actually done. So as much as we are cognizant and appreciate the steps that have been made so far, there's still something that needs to be done to ensure that this information is out in the public, so that the public can also monitor this information in terms of who owns what, who's doing business with government, and who is a beneficial owner of that transaction. I think when you look at some of the questions and issues we've had, even in regard to the COVID-19 procurement scandals, which are yet to be resolved, no one has been prosecuted. The investigations are still ongoing more than 20 months later. I think that was one of the central questions in regard to public procurement and beneficial ownership. The last thing I probably maybe would like to mention in regard to, yeah?
Running out of time.
Okay.
To just wrap up, please.
No, then I think I don't know that you have questions and answers, but maybe the last thing I would then say is that we really need to look at, I've talked about the institutional instruments, but also the legal instruments in terms of seeing if this money is lost, how do we ensure that all this money that is lost in terms of any assets any public resources that are stolen, or any money that is lost through tax evasion and tax avoidance, how do we ensure that it comes back? So we really need to look at the legal and institutional instruments around this, introducing civil forfeiture and illicit enrichment mechanisms. I think Francis has well articulated the progress made in terms of tracing and forfeiture of unexplained assets and what more needs to be done. So I think we really need to tackle this more, both from a proactive approach in terms of trying to have preventive mechanisms in place, but also from an enforcement perspective. And I believe some of the conversations tomorrow will be around that. So I'll probably end it there and maybe use my opportunity tomorrow to speak a little bit more about this.
Very much, Sheila. I want to just, it's a very bright light in my eyes, so I can't see properly, but are there any questions in the auditorium? We've had about 5 hours of talking, this panel included, but are there any questions or comments? Yeah, there's, wait, no, hang on. We've had too many men talking. Can we have some women, please? Otherwise, we might be run out of this university very quickly and be accused. So are there any women who would like to open up their questions and discussion first, please? Any? No? Okay, so we'll start then with the gentleman with the pink shirt and then the gentleman with the blue suit over there, please. If you could just introduce yourself and your comment. And please, if it's a question, let it be a question and just avoid comments because we're running out of time. Thanks.
Okay, my name is Arcadius. Yes, as I said, my name is Arcadius. I have a couple of questions here. I think I'll appreciate, first of all, let me appreciate after that we have met for some times. We discuss on the same with the NDI. Today, the government is here. So the first question is, when we are talking about the financial, illicit financial flow, in some of our meeting, there were some of the challenges that the contract. We have talked about the people who are doing mining here in Kenya, and other international companies that were operating here. So we find that it is so hard up to now, even you myself as a journalist, we cannot understand terms of those contracts that they are doing here in Kenya, be it in mining, be it the companies. So we can't understand when are their time is ending or which kind of tax are they paying, if they are paying or they are not paying. And these things that they happen in parastatals, whereby sometimes maybe they can be even in the bush. I don't know. On the matter of corruption, I think we need to take a bull by its horn. When we talk about corruption, for me, it's this lyrics doesn't sound too much yes. Are we struggling with the software or hardware in terms of corruption? Because we have institution. The recommendations have been done, the laws have been passed, but we are seeing daily. So where is the laxity? Is it the hardware or is it the software that will be installed and installed? If we are struggling with the hardware, then we need to install or we buy another one. Another one.
Okay, let me move on. If there are any others because of time, and just to give, if there are other people to ask questions, please. But I'm sure you can meet the panelists over lunch. There's a gentleman in the blue suit there, please.
Thank you very much. Evans Juma is my name. I just have two questions. One, is it entirely legal to have an offshore account? If so, then how do we link it from the fact that we should be having foreign direct investment? And number two, there was something that happened, I think 2 years ago on tax amnesty, where people who stole money, stashed them abroad, were given an opportunity to bring them back without any question. Was it an illegality, in my view?
Those are very good questions. I think maybe we'll start with Honorable, as you also make your closing remarks. So I think the first one is on the transparency on contract, mining contracts and the terms and conditions under which government makes them. Maybe you could tackle that one because there's an intrinsic role of Parliament there in trying to support publication of these contracts or public access to these contracts and so on. And then I'll come to Michael and Sheila for the other two questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. Firstly, the issue of corruption and what is called impunity. I want to tell you one thing only. We went to China, and one of the places where I discussed this issue, I asked in an international conference, why is it that China is so particular about corruption in its own, yet it exports corruption to other countries? That raised a huge, big hullabaloo. But one thing we learned from China, they have 10,000 years of integrity or whatever they work on. And the one thing they said to me, which is stuck in my mind, two things. One, he said, we built the Great Wall of China to stop the invasion. In the first 30 years, we had 10 invasions. Then we realized we were fortifying the wall when we should have been fortifying the character of the gatekeepers, because it's the gatekeepers who were opening the gate. We built the wall. You understand me? The second thing they said, we don't care about the color of the cat as long as it catches the rat. So that's where we are going. We don't care at the color of the cat as long as it catches the rat. Now, you're talking about mining. These are secretive. They bring them to us past event, past signing. Many times the Ministry of Mining and whatever. I remember there was one case, the then minister claimed that he would only agree to give somebody a mining license because at the last election he had to sell his house in Karen and he wanted another house in Karen. Do you remember that? I'm sure you do. So in Zambia and in Kenya, the same thing is happening, but Zambia is listed. Somebody comes in, takes a contract, gets a loan from the government, gets a 10-year payment back, clears that loan in 3 months, in 3 years, and makes profits throughout. You know that case. What about Kenya? Kenya, a guy comes in a briefcase, comes up and tells the Kenya Railways that this is what we can do, takes over the Kenya Railways, runs it with nothing, using his own, the money of Kenya Railways, selling our stuff, and then gets away with it, and is given a lease. And then you ask us, what about this titanium? None of these things actually come to us. I talked to you about tallow. Now, those of us who understand what tallow is, that there was a small company somewhere in England, and they started coming and saying that they're going to mine, and they took mining rights for oil. They came to my committee, and I'm going to tell you this honest to God. They were taking 20, 30-year exemptions. Then we said, you must pay tax. When you sell your right to somebody else, you must pay tax. And all the stuff that you brought in tax-free, we want it to pay tax. So if you have made a profit in selling your mining right to X, Y, and Z, you must pay tax. You know what happened? And we tried to stop that, and we were told everything must pass, not even a dot must be changed. So we changed the dot. And we had a presidential paper coming and telling us, hold on, there's something wrong here. We want you to look at this thing. And then to beat that, we have to have more than 70% in parliament to beat 2/3 to overturn the veto. So the thing basically is this: yes, there must be what we call, these contracts must be brought prior to the signing. And I want to take you back only not that long ago. I'm going to finish. Not that long ago, there was a signing of some trade agreement between Kenya and the UK. Do you remember? It was brought to us and said it is just to be rectified. We refused to rectify it. And we took it back. And we were told you have no choice. But luckily, the House of Lords picked up on this issue. So those are the sort of things. Now we're changing the act that there should not be rectification by Parliament. This must be brought to us. And that is what we are talking about. Yes, this is the issue of mining. There's that wood that is very nice smelling. What is that wood called? It's small, it's found in Altama Ravine and etc. Used by the Indians quite a lot. It's a very nice smelling small wood. People have made millions and millions and millions of shillings on it. And yet, that I can't remember the name, but whatever it is. So what I'm trying to suggest is this, that some of these mining rights, some of what is ours needs to be changed. We did something very substantial in the last parliament, but somehow we lost it. We changed the description of sand from sand to a mineral. You understand what happened? So we said sand is no longer going to be just mud. It's going to be a mineral. For what we were going, the charges of taxation were going to go up. Charity Ngilu picked up on that, and she made drastic changes. But these are the sort of things we need to sort out. We must protect our resources.
Thank you very much, Michael. I'll just come to you on the issue of what was raised around the offshore accounts. I'm sure this is related to the Pandora Papers, and I hope you're not going to plea amnesty like Francis. But of course, a lot of not just in Kenya, I mean globally, all those leaders that were named in the Pandora Papers have said, owning stuff outside of their countries, there's nothing wrong with that. But in the context of our conversation today, where it's so difficult to delink politics from systems and systems to illicit financial flows, how do we go about addressing that in the context of the conversation we're having here today in terms of revenue realization?
Yeah, Thanks. So I'll respond from two perspectives. One is that there isn't anything illegal about having offshore accounts. All of us have the liberty to. Sorry? Yeah, I'm coming to that. All of us have the liberty to open offshore accounts if we want, except for public officers. So for public officers, if you have it, then you must provide a justification, and it must be a very good justification why you are having a foreign account, offshore account for that one. But I think the question here is not having the foreign offshore account. The question is the fact that from practice, we know that offshore accounts, particularly offshore accounts held in secrecy jurisdictions, offshore accounts held in tax havens, and offshore accounts held in those small islands, some of them you may not even remember their names, is that they have always been conduits, not just for money laundering, but also transferring of illegally acquired wealth from one country to the offshore account. And the reason that happens is because, I think Kairu mentioned it when he was making his presentation, the two main things that they sell is actually secrecy. One of the most important things that they sell is secrecy, so that no one would know how much money, for instance, you are holding in which island or offshore account. And therefore, it becomes an important avenue for hiding stolen wealth. I think that is the moral aspect that we are talking about. Not that it is illegal, but it provides an opportunity. It becomes a conduit for hiding ill-gotten wealth or illegally acquired wealth. I'm sure you remember the case, or I know it's in court, but we can still mention it. You remember the case of Chris Okemo and James Kishuru, for instance, the account in the island of Jersey. We eventually got to know about it because someone decided to expose it. But if that wouldn't have happened, then it would have remained a secret to date. So the secrecy of it is what provides the impetus and the motivation to use them as conduits for hiding ill-gotten wealth. And I think even for us in Kenya, we need to stress the fact that the more we have an opportunity to have offshore accounts, the greater impetus we have for individuals and corporations that have corrupt inclinations of using these accounts to hide the resources that would have otherwise been used to provide the services and development within the country.
Great. Just 1 second. Okay. 5 seconds.
Kenya is not that far bad. I want to brag. Star Initiative, beneficial interest, grand corruption. These are African-driven ideas. The Star Initiative, and I will go on record, 15 years ago, we fought for that in Panama. Against our Western partners, they did not want the Star Initiative. Star Initiative is stolen asset recovery. So we bring it back here and it is killed off administratively. Beneficial interest, again, it was in St. Petersburg that the Africans, parliamentarians, we fought for this. This one that you're talking about, this one about Chris Okemo, my friend. I want to say this openly. It was the Attorney General of Jersey who walked up to us in Vienna and said, what do we do about this? Why is your Attorney General and why is the government systems not coming through? The Attorney General of Jersey comes and talks to us. So what we're trying to say is that Kenya we are actually blazing. We're actually making differences. Maybe other countries are not doing as well as we are, but we are doing something. So when you talk about Star Initiative, and again, Remember, go back to the internet. You'll find it is an African-driven matter, because what we are now fighting for is the issue of our extraction industry. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry
Thank you
about
very
that little advertisement on the side.
No, that's good. That's very good. At least there's some silver lining, hopefully. Sheila, just your last words in a minute or two on the issue of the tax amnesty, but also the issue around corruption and whether it's a hardware or software issue. And I think Honorable Shabir also talked about it doesn't matter the color of the cat as long as it gets the rat. So maybe in a minute, please, Sheila, your closing remarks.
Okay, hard to say that in a minute. So, but I'll try. So, one on the issue around the tax amnesty, I think there's a whole debate around. I think the last tax amnesty was in 2019. I don't know that there's been any other after, but there's a whole report that the Institute of Certified Public Accountants did, just looking at the impact and even just questioning, was it facilitative to illicit financial flows? And maybe I think that's a Sorry, the host muted me. The host muted me, but I don't know why I dropped off, Jason, but allow me to just continue. I was just saying that there's a report by the Institute of Certified Public Accountants on that. So maybe if, I know you have a lot of students there, so maybe that's something that they can look at. I can look for the link and maybe share with the organizers so that they can read up a little bit about the questions raised, whether that was facilitative, the last tax amnesty, whether it was facilitative to illicit financial flows. In regard to, there's a question around mining. Allow me to also jump in there, just 2 lines. I think we need to ask our government to sign on to either the Africa Mining Vision or the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. These are regional and global standards respectively, which really aim to promote, open and accountable management of the oil, gas, and mineral resources, and which require the disclosure of information along the extractive industry value chain, from the point of extraction to how revenues make their way through the government and how they then come down to benefit the public. Perhaps these are the campaign questions or the agendas that, and the commitments that we need to ask from our politicians as they continue to campaign. What are they going to do to ensure that they promote accountability in the mining sector and ensure transparency? Lastly, on the hardware software question, I agree. In terms of hardware, there is a lot of hardware. There could be some improvements in some of our laws, but I think we spent a lot of time over the last couple of years developing some of our legislations. Some may have gaps. There's a bit of ambiguities and inconsistencies, particularly in regard to the whole question around leadership and integrity. There's some laws which are yet to be enacted, like the whistleblower protection. But I believe that there's a lot that we have currently in terms of laws and our institutions, and we even have a national anti-corruption policy now. Even as we strive to develop and strengthen, the laws that are not there and strengthen the laws that exist, which have, gaps, I think we really need to emphasize on our software. So this means, building our value system, going back to Article 10 of our Constitution, the principles of governance and our national values. Are we really living them as we are in this country right now? And then we also need to emphasize, we've spent a lot of time on building knowledge, generating knowledge, making the public aware of corruption so that they know how it looks like, feels like, smells like. And I think there's a general awareness. There's much more that we can do, but there's something that we can work with. But how do we shift then from awareness to attitude and then to practice? So that people are now living that knowledge. I think that's where the gap is. And for us, that's where we're trying to focus a little bit more, because I believe this is what makes the software. It's now about us. How do we build that behavior change from the individuals, scaling it up to the institution, to then the society? And I believe we have an opportunity, in the coming elections to start by just inspiring behavior change, by starting to reject individuals with corruption issues. I really want to go much into that, but I believe it even starts from how we vote, the decisions we make, and who we put into these public offices. That's part of the software that we need to build in this country. Thank you.
Sheila, and thank you all very much. join me in giving a round of applause to the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause to Jason, the moderator, and of course the panelists. Us clearly Sana, and of course our time is well spent so far, but today we indulgence of that same. I kindly request Honorable Shakil of the Science, VIP press conference. The rest of us will only one before lunch, and we will close. So in the meantime, I kindly request that we welcome Miss Caroline O'Hig. You're here. Forward for the shifting and tax burdens, the impact of tax practices on inequality in Kenya. Big applause, please, to Ms. Caroline. Makofi yake tafadhali.
Good afternoon. I know our energies may be a bit low. It's around 1:30 now, about lunchtime. I think I'm the one who will be standing between lunch and you. So let's try and make this as short as possible. I'm told we have around 30 minutes for this session. So we'll try and keep time. Before I really call the speakers to come to the front, maybe I introduce myself. My name is Caroline Othim. I'm with the Global Alliance for Tax Justice, and I'm really excited to be part of this event today. I think for me, this is the first time I'm in a physical meeting since Corona started. That's last year, March. So it's an exciting moment for me, and I hope we'll really have good discussions on today's topic, which is on profit shifting and tax avoidance, and what multinational companies and the wealthy elite do to avoid paying their fair share of taxes. So I'd want to call upon the speakers to come to the front. We have Mr. Nixon Omondi. Please, would you come to the front? We also have Alvin Mosioma, but I understand that he's gone to be part of the conference, the press conference. Kivindio Munyao, are you here with us?
I'm present online.
Kivindio? Imani, Miss Imani Countess, please join me here. Easter Okech, are you here with us? I think we'll start with the two panelists who are here with us, and then probably Alvin will join at some point after he's done with the press conference. Before I invite the lady and the gentleman to speak, I'll give just a bit of an intro to the session itself. And I'll start by talking about the last R that Michael didn't mention. That is the R on redistribution, because this session is all about redistribution. So what is the role of tax in redistribution of resources to tackle inequality, to tackle poverty? And clearly, as the other speakers also mentioned during the morning sessions, we saw them talk about the broken international financial architecture that continues to allow multinational corporations and the wealthy elite to store their ill-gotten wealth in secrecy jurisdictions and in secrecy states. So this panel will help me to look at this global scale of tax dodging, perhaps narrow it down to the Kenya level, as well as the African level. We'll get to hear from them. And also look at what COVID-19 pandemic has done to exacerbate these inequalities. We see that inequalities are being deepened, structural inequalities, gender inequalities. When you look at the issues of paid and unpaid care, these and other long-standing gender inequalities are continuing to be deepened due to the pandemic that we're experiencing. And yet, when you look at the response and recovery measures that governments are putting in place, that multilateral institutions are putting in place, they are mostly revolving around extending and expanding tax incentives, cutting corporate tax, and other different forms of bailouts. And we see this being justified as to keep the economy going. And at the end of the day, the austerity measures that are back in place and the budget cuts are reducing the available resources to fund public services. And so in many countries, we see the poor and the marginalized really experiencing and bearing the brunt of this pandemic. And so I would want to invite Mr. Nicholas from the Kenya Revenue Authority to be able to share with us and to really, from an administrator perspective, a tax administrator perspective, to really share with us how does profit shifting and tax avoidance impact on perhaps tax revenue collection, and really what can be done about it. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah. Maybe just correct it's Nixon. Yes, you can still crystal it as Nick. Thank you. Nixon Omondi from KRA, the Digital Economy Tax Office. And currently everybody is talking about the digitalization of the economy and how can we tap tax from that. But not get into that field for now. Profit shifting is real. And you know, we keep on talking about profit shifting. Some people might not even understand what it means. Remember last week we were in the annual tax summit and our panelists kept on talking about BEPS. And one of the people, I was the technical team behind answering questions, and somebody asked us, what is this BEPS? So sometimes I think it's good to say, even the IFF, we are talking about IFF, some of our listeners might not understand what it means in full. So profit shifting basically entails mostly multinationals, but of late we even see wealthy individuals, even smaller companies, able to move their profits in an artificial manner, okay, to jurisdictions where those profits will be less taxed or not at all taxed. I know we talk about tax havens, but in the global arena, we are no longer using that term. I don't know why. They prefer low tax jurisdictions. So profits are being moved in an artificial manner, taking advantage of, let me call it, the loopholes that are there in the tax laws to jurisdictions where the same profits will not be taxed at all or will be taxed at a lower rate. And in KRA, you know, a few years ago, we did a case of a taxpayer who had been operating in our country for almost 30 years. And the taxpayer had serious tax losses, more than 10 billion tax losses. But when you look at the profit levels, they were making a profit of about 76% net profit accounting. But because of the exemptions that exist, because of the tax benefits that have been given, the taxpayer was in a huge tax loss, and they have never declared any corp tax in Kenya. Of course, sometimes when we talk to taxpayers, they tell us, but I've been paying tax. So we ask, which tax? Pay as you earn, we always tell them, no, pay as you earn is an agency tax. You are paying on behalf of the employee. VAT is a consumption tax. It is the Kenyan who basically is shouldering that tax. And so these loopholes has led the government to try and keep on looking at the relevant laws, update them, some of them make sure they reflect global practice. We'll all appreciate that of late Kenya is a member of a lot of teams, including the OECD. We call it the Inclusive Framework, which looks at those initiatives under base erosion and profit shifting project that are being exploited by multinationals not to pay. You know, when you look at a lot of literature, they tell us how much Kenya will be losing in terms of base erosion and profit shifting. And I'm happy my senior here talked so well of, you know, when you talk of IFF, over 60% basically is about tax, not trafficking, not drug. So it means tax evasion is real. And it's not just tax evasion. In the current world, evasion and avoidance mean the same thing. That's where I from my standpoint. So we know we are losing a lot to these mechanisms. What can we do to ensure that we curb base erosion? One of the challenges is, by the time you are realizing that a multinational entity is involved in what we call aggressive tax planning, that is another language, sometimes it's too late. You're imagining if that company had been operating in Kenya for 30 years, and they have never declared any income tax. By the time you get to that company, you do a proper audit with an international purview, and you are able to adjust. You know, our laws only allow you to adjust for 5 years. So it means the other 20 plus years go unadjusted. And that is how we are losing tax. And some of them are so complex that you're not going to go into that many books, look at it and say, this is the tax. As a seasoned auditor, I can tell you, sometimes you have a case, your gut feeling, there's a problem, but you can't pinpoint where the problem is. So it requires a lot of research, a lot of collaboration. Many a time we collaborate with some of, experts. We have experts who come in to support us, especially when you're doing transfer pricing audits. You also need to do a lot of research on your own. Sometimes you leave a case to relax for a year, just as you think through what might be wrong with such a case. So it's not as easy as ABCD, but you will appreciate that in the last few years, KRA is trying to do a lot to ensure that the profit shifting issue is managed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. I got it right now. For that introduction and for clearly setting the pace. So next, I would want to invite Ms. Countess to be able to share with us, when you look at African economies currently, African economies are facing multiple crises. What is it that we can do? What are the solutions that we are looking at to get to a point where we'll say this is transformational for Africa?
Thank you so much. I appreciate the framing of the question because Alvin is not here, and he is the person who invited me to this panel. And as you were introducing the panel overall, I was like, I'm excited about the impact here in Kenya of illicit financial flows. But I do have some things to say about what we might do. So as was mentioned, my name is Imani, and I direct the U.S. Africa Bridge Building Project, and I'm also an Economic Inequality Fellow with the Open Society Foundation. And the Bridge Building Project is a 2-year proof of concept initiative that seeks to facilitate relationships and strategic engagement amongst US-based and African economic justice activists. So Alvin asked me on Friday to share. So Alvin asked me, is this better? Alvin asked me on Friday to share a couple of highlights from a recent conversation, and that's what I'll do. And the highlights essentially focused on 3 things. One, the importance of decolonizing the mind. A second, sort of views on how change is actually made, and then a little bit on the status of tax justice in the United States. So, on the first point, about 2 weeks ago, I live in Maryland, which borders Washington, D.C. And in order to get to work, I take a commuter train. And so about 2 weeks ago, I arrived by train in Washington, D.C., left the station. I was in a big hurry, so I flagged down a taxi cab. And the driver was from Addis. And if you don't know, Washington, D.C. and the metropolitan area has the largest concentration of Ethiopians outside of Addis Ababa. And within the first half mile, literally about 6 blocks, he turns to me and he says, African Americans in this city are stupid. Well, why do you say that? And he responded and we talked. But I really want you to think about that for a minute and try to unpack that statement. He said that to me, an African-American woman. His comment reflected the fact that he had no knowledge of the fact that the reason he was in the United States and able to have protections from unfair employment practices, able to be protected against discrimination based on national origin, was because of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, which African Americans fought for. He had no historical knowledge of the city and its inhabitants, no understanding of the overall environment in which those people that he had such a negative opinion of lived in. And the reality is that I could have heard the same negative comments from an African American speaking about Africans, the new African immigrants in the United States, or Asians or Latinos. And that's because we've all been fed this false narrative, right? Based in our case in the United States upon a history of white supremacy, the legacy of settler colonialism, and over the past 40 years, a neoliberal economic model where we've been trained to accept these narratives, these mental models, these ways of thinking, and policies that are not in our interest. So working to overcome what can really best be described as a process of colonization and everything that it entails, including patriarchy, ethnocentrism, the otherization of human beings, or the inability to see ourselves in others, and really building upon the global understanding of our common, our shared humanity is a central task. The project I work for, the basic premise, simply put, is based upon the collective experience of many social movements, which essentially says that transformative social change comes about as a result of people mobilizing and campaigning together to build power, the collective power which is necessary to make transformative change. Building power doesn't mean all the people. Rather, it calls for a critical mass that create a tipping point at which an idea or a behavior is prevalent enough to grow. Doesn't only mean grassroots communities either. More frequently, there's a complex mix of actors, global, national, community, working within their specific arenas, but working around a common goal with a common understanding of how they're all connected to an issue. In 1857, Frederick Douglass, who was an enslaved African-American who escaped his owner and became a leading abolitionist, said, and this is frequently quoted, he said, "Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did, and it never will." And in my experiences, in the movements that I've been a part of in the United States, ranging from support for Southern Africa's national liberation movements, the support and participation in the global anti-apartheid movement, global debt movement, labor rights, etc., Douglass's quotes is as relevant today as it was in the 1850s. Nothing has been given to any of us from above. Today, for us in the US, where the political balance within the government tends to favor us, to the extent that maybe we can see the development of human-centered legislation, but there are no guarantees. In the area of tax justice, my personal perspective is that we aren't at that tipping point. Despite the fact that in the US, there's a tremendous amount of good work being done, great national organizations and think tanks, state-level initiatives, all of whom are producing quality data, recommendations, analysis, etc. We've got really well-known national leaders, some of which I'm sure you all have heard about, from social democrats like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Bernie Sanders to liberal Democrats and even the president, who traditionally has been a very moderate Democrat. But even today, with that Democratic majority, it is not clear as to whether or not we'll be able to achieve a wealth tax, funding for the Internal Revenue Service that would allow it to track white-collar criminals, or increase the corporate tax, and importantly, the Trump tax cut, which benefited corporations. So our project is working towards building that critical mass by focusing on alliances with the people who are most affected. And in the US, that means Black and brown people. It means African Americans, new African immigrants, Native Americans, Latinx, and their allies. These are not the only constituencies that can help build towards that critical mass, but they're the ones that we're focused on. In 2020, more than 20 million people in the United States rose up demanding racial and social justice. We saw the largest mass mobilization in US history. Now, most of that outpouring of support was spontaneous, really based upon the horror of George Floyd's murder, along with the killings of too many other unarmed Black men, women, and young people. But it was also the result of organizing by literally scores of organizations, some others that have been working on key issues, criminal justice reform, police reform, as well as a range of social justice issues. Black Lives Matter emerged as a more organized the US is an extremely polarized place, polarized around racial, geographic, gender, you name it, right? Who has the COVID, who's taken the COVID vaccine versus who hasn't, right? It borders in some regards on a level of insanity. So for those that have been part of Black Lives Matter and the associated movements, they have received ongoing threats, right? The leaders have received death threats. 40 miles from my house, and I live in a blue state, right? One that's reliably Democrat. But 40 miles from one line, and that one line said, Black lives do matter. So the observation tax justice is not a part or is not mentioned in the policy statements of the leading grassroots activists, progressive organizations currently in the US. It's not a criticism, it's an observation, and it's an opportunity. The opportunity is that while we are all using different terms and are separated by the Atlantic Ocean, we are talking about what should be common resources to address critical social and economic needs. I believe that the work that everybody in this room is engaged in, is important and strategic. And so from the bridge building perspective, what we seek to do is to broaden the number of leaders and activists engaged in these conversations from the US side, which hopefully will lead towards building that critical mass, building that collective power that is essential to achieve the justice that we need and deserve.
Thank you so much for that inspiring sharing, Ms. Countess. We appreciate you. Thank you for giving us the insights of what's happening in your country and what perhaps we could also do in terms of building a critical mass to look at some of these issues we are talking about today. The issue of tax justice is real, and we need to keep on preaching the gospel everywhere we go. So I'll want to invite Mr. Alvin Mosioma to also briefly, because I'm reminded that we are doing badly in regards to time. So Alvin, would you please share with us briefly, looking at the international financial architecture, what does international cooperation, what will it do towards tackling illicit financial flows? And what does that mean when you're looking at inequalities at the national level?
Thank you very much, Caroline, and apologies for coming in late. I was invited to speak in this conference that ended up after the previous panel. So I think sometimes when we discuss these issues of international taxation, there's always a risk of these issues being so removed from our day-to-day lives, from what we do. And I tell people sometimes that one of the biggest challenges I face is when I travel a country and my folks, my mother or my grandmother ask what exactly, and to try and explain the question of tax injustice in a manner that is understandable is a big challenge. So I think that we all have a responsibility to try and break down these issues, because they are the day-to-day issues that affect us day-to-day life. So I'm trying to take that to that part and try to respond to the question that you asked. There was a study that was done by Oxford a while back that showed that 8,300 Kenyans own more than 99.9% of the rest of Kenyans. 8,300 people will fit in this room own more. That study is available online. Survey that was done that 8,300 people can fit in this room own more than the rest 44 million Kenyans. There was another study that a survey actually done by the government that said that the majority, over 75% of Kenyans, earn between 20 or earn less than 50,000 Kenya shillings, or earn between 20 and 30,000 Kenya shillings. Those are facts, those are figures, those are things that we experience. When you talk of this Kenya, this is your brother, sister, this is your cousin, this is your father. They are the people that you live with. In short, that the level of inequality in this country is a crisis waiting to happen. The youth implosion we see in this country, the number of young people every year, university seconds, every year, thousands and thousands of young people who don't have opportunities for jobs. It's not very shocking to see the kind of things that we are seeing in the media of young people being banned, young people being killed in the street, and then they become easy target for the political elite to manipulate for young political reasons. This, friends, is the essence of the conversation we're having. And it's really about a government is elected in power to provide basic services. So my colleague was talking about redistribution. Tax is the tool that is supposed to be used to ensure that we are taxing the rich, and the resources we're getting out of that is being used to provide basic services, to provide education, to provide infrastructure, to provide clean water, and ensure that we are tackling this broadening gap of inequality, which is not just between gender, between women and men, it's also geographical between South and North, it's international between African countries and other countries. And it's a global phenomenon that is also playing out in our own And therefore, when you look at the question of international taxation, what we realize is that the way the global financial system has been structured, it has been structured in a manner that is very extractive. That while the government is under pressure to raise revenues, it will easily rely on taxes that are easy to collect. Taxes are difficult to evade. You cannot, if you're thirsty, you have to buy water. You have no other alternative, you have to buy that water. If you are going to a shop and you want to buy bread or milk or whatever, pen or something like that, you can't negotiate. You're paid before you even get there. So the government is relying on consumption taxes, while the other direct taxes, such as the corporate income tax, are being reduced. Government providing annually, and again these are statistics, government provides annually up to $100 million every year in the form of tax incentives. Companies that are generating profits but they're not paying their taxes because they're enjoying a wide range of tax incentives. So you have a global financial system that is working in cahoots or collusion with a domestic elite to benefit from it and exacerbate the burden of taxation with those that are not able to pay, and thus facilitating and perpetuating the level of inequality we see. And therefore, it's really important as citizens, and this is the purpose of this meeting that we are having, to have a conversation and say, we need to be on the table. There's a famous clarion call that if you are not on the table, you are on the menu. If you are not on the table where the discussions on tax policy, on who's paying tax, on who's paying taxes, who's not paying tax, if you are not being involved in those conversations, then most likely the decisions will be one that will end up carrying the burden of. And therefore, the conversations such as this one is very critical to ensure that we are sealing the domestic loopholes that are facilitating illicit financial flows. We are also contributing and championing globally for the sealing of the global tax loopholes that facilitate illicit financial flows. The Pandora Papers is a very good example where you find that me and you probably cannot afford the kind of legal advice or lawyers and banks that can advise us on where to open a secret bank account, what you need to do. We don't even have the money to put in those secret accounts in the first place. But the elite work in this country using the influence in the system and also the role that intermediaries play in their account with the legal fraternity to facilitate a system that is pushing those that are carrying the burden of taxation even further poverty. And that's really the quintessence of the need carrying out the answer. The need of having a lens that looks at both the global dimension of illicit financial flows, looks at the regional dimension, which gives the example of competition between countries, but also looks at the domestic dimension, which means that citizens must hold their governments accountable because ultimately it is our money that the government is using. And we demand accountability. That we have the decision making. And elections is what is the new. So we have to stop there. We're in an election period where politicians are making more lofty promises about providing 6,000 shillings per month. Others are coming up with bottom-up approach and all these kind of lofty ideas. But the question we are not asking is where are you going to get that money from? Where is that money going to come from so that you're going to finance all those lofty ideas? If you are not saying we will increase corporate income tax, we will remove tax incentives, we will save this particular business, and through that we'll be able to generate. Show me your demands. Otherwise, it becomes yes, anyone can come and say, it's kind of polluted where we can find that where we are today.
Thank you, Alvin. You've simplified the whole issue, and I know you can talk about it the whole day. There's so much that you could share with us today, but I think because we are constrained of time, you just had to cut yourself short. There's one more panelist who's joined us via Zoom. If you can hear me, Kivindio, I would want to invite you to share with us from your perspective, what are the linkages between tax and human rights? Kivindio is from the Law Society of Kenya. So just share with us the linkages between tax and human rights, especially when we see multinational corporations using tax planning measures to avoid paying their fair share of taxes. Kivindia, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Caroline. I hope you can hear me. You can hear me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon to everyone and good afternoon to my co-panelists. As I introduced, my name is Kivindio Munyao. I do practice under the law firm of Triple K Law, but today I wear the hat of being a representative of the Law Society of Kenya, Nairobi branch. I think the question which Caroline you've clearly indicated touches basically on what happens globally, that in the case of any multinational or any high standard individual are trying to set up their business in any particular country. Normally, there are two key pillars, which I think all the previous speakers have alluded to. And that is, you have to look at two things. One, the legislative framework of that particular country or that jurisdiction. Or two, you have also to have the political goodwill in order for these two to marry together, for you to be able to understand how the various human rights are able to violate it. Now, just a good example that we may have on a domestic level. Recently, as alluded earlier by Francis Kairu, the good steps which Kenya took in avoiding signing into the inclusive framework. It could have been easy, let's say, for the government to proceed ahead and let's say sign into that particular to that particular agreement and be attached to the two pillars which would be effective from 2022 within the country. However, as they say, that would have been a clear violation of the various laws which are there. For instance, as recently pointed out, dealing with the minimum tax by Justice Odunga, the main issue is any particular tax based under Article 209 or 210 of the Constitution, which is the framework under any particular tax to be applicable in Kenya. It ought to be a legislative one. There's a clear legislative framework to that. So if Kenya had gone ahead, signed in that inclusive framework, this will be also sidestepping a clear process under which we have in regards to treaty making and the process of having specific laws which are of international effect within the Kenyan confines. When you look at Article 2, Sub-Article 6 and Article 2, Sub-Article 5, read together with the treaty making and ratification process under the Treaty Making Act, there's a clear process under which the government has to follow in order for it to fulfill its international obligation, but at the same time, adhering to the standards which are required within our own constitution. So any particular step that, let's say, the country does take, it is mainly because of that legal framework that we have or that goodwill that we may have. And this now boils down to a good example to what we had with the Tax Justice Network challenging the treaty between Mauritius and Kenya, which was found to be illegal, and mainly that they didn't follow the due process in making sure that that law complied within the very essence of our law, and which is anchored under the Constitution. And if they fail to do so, then we find that the profits which are generated by these multinational enterprises or these high individuals without paying the taxes back to the administrative bodies are clearly violating, let's say, the social rights that are confined within our constitution, economic rights and Article 40. We can also look at issues such as social development rights and environmental rights, which is the government responsibility to ensure that at all times these are adhered to. And I know we all remember the African Court human rights decision, which led a good opinion as to that the government of Kenya is responsible to take care of, let's say, the Ogiek people and their social rights. So that one clearly affects the human rights perspective. And it is important both for the part of the political goodwill as well as the legal framework to be adhered to. Yes, we have a clear process or clear procedures, but as we undertake in regards to the domestic laws we have as well as the international ones, we need to be able to have the two pillars married together so that at least we do not violate the very rights of providing the basic right human rights under the constitution that's provided within the constitution of Kenya. I think from that I can be able to bring out that element of the human rights perspective as well as the government responsibility under the legal framework that it has already ascertained.
In case there's any burning question from the plenary, is there any burning question that you'd want any of the panel members to respond to? I'm not seeing any hand up. So just one question. And please be very brief and straight to the point.
Yes, I'll be brief and straight to the point. My name is Agri Omboki. I'm a health and science journalist based in working out of Nairobi, Kenya. Now, my question goes directly to Mr. Nixon, and it actually relates to a report that was released in 2019 entitled Ashes to Ashes. And in this report, it is said that BAT, which is a multinational operating in Kenya, managed to shift some 768.2 billion shillings out of 5 countries, including 2.65 billion Kenya shillings out of Kenya. While we admire the efforts of KRA to crack down on those who avoid paying tax, we are yet to hear KRA take any action whatsoever to recover this 2.65 billion. So my question is, have you opened an investigation on this one? And when can we expect action against this multinational for shifting profits out of this country? Thank you.
It's fine. Thank you. Very good question. You know, sometimes you might not be very good in marketing, maybe shouting, but a lot is being done, I can assure you. I cannot give you timelines because remember, as earlier alluded to, cases dealing with profit shifting, it's not a walk in the park. They are fact intensive, and you have to do a lot of research. And sometimes you might realize that the law doesn't support you 100%. So you might need to borrow from international best practice, maybe to bring down such a taxpayer. So I'm sure there's something being done on that from our investigations unit and enforcement. And maybe soon you'll hear the results, either from our side or from the courts, because of late you get a lot of issues coming from the courts that KRA has lost or KRA has gained, you know, something like that. Yes, so I can assure you that's being done. And important also to note, you know, sometimes a story can be run in the papers, but getting to tie that story to the law and facts is another issue altogether. So yes, there might be a report that they have shifted out so many billions, but when you want to look at the specific provisions of the law and tell the taxpayer you have violated this and that, it is not easy. So I think that should also be taken into account. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Dixon, we're still on you. 2019, from the Register of Companies, there was a report that 388 companies had winded up their business in Kenya. I've seen a report somewhere that in 2020, you improved in your collection of revenues. Which miracles will have happened? And more companies are already closed up.
Okay, thank you. I know the performance that was presented by KRA
for the financial year 2020-2021 something under scrutiny, because even as everything pointed downwards, KRA was able to meet the revenue target. But this is because of the many interventions that have been put by KRA. Even before I come to that, when a company is being wound up, there's a procedure from the registrar of companies, including listing of the notice. I don't know whether it's 14 or 21 days, I'm not a lawyer. And during that period, then any party that has an issue with that company needs to raise it up. In some cases, you are asked to present a tax compliance certificate before the deregistration is done. And that is in a bid to ensure that the company is not wound up, the direct collected. So we also take a proactive measure. You might not say it, but we also cover the papers for the notices that if you're being wound up, we ensure that taxes have been accounted for. So the interventions that were put up by KRA, including the systems, have really helped. Remember, it is the period that iTax was very active in terms of the value added auto assessments. Currently we're able to know if a taxpayer has purchased something, we're able to cross-match that purchase with the person who sold to ensure that it was also declared for VAT. Okay? It is also the period that the system has been mapped together with the land system, so that if you are selling any property, you are supposed to pay capital gains tax. You get to know about it and you collect. So many interventions that is system-wise. We have also sensitized our employees who are becoming very technical, of course, aggressive as well. In care, everybody carries a target, including myself. So that helps to push us so that we collect for the benefit of our citizens. So it's not just systems, it's also people-driven, and of course the goodwill of Kenyans. Kenyans are coming out to pay tax, and that's a fact. So with that, and of course the same support going forward, we see us doing even better. Thank you.
I think those are the questions we have for you for now. I'd want to invite you to make your closing remarks in 1 minute each. Please, let me start with Alvin, or I'll finish off with Alvin so that you can help us wrap up the session. So let me start with the lady on my left, Miss Countess. Please, your 1 minute closing remarks.
Well, I think sorry. I really just want to thank everybody for for being here. It's I came here from the U.S. to try to get an understanding of where illicit financial flows are, the movement to curb them, what the strategies are, to see how we can in the U.S. work in better alignment with what you're doing, so that we really can help build that build towards that tipping point. And so I appreciate your putting all this together, and look forward to the outcomes.
Thank you, Mr. Nixon.
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, my fellow panelists. It's such an honor. Also for my commissioner, Madam Elizabeth Lim, who asked me to stand in for her. Very two quick comments. One, I want to appreciate what our lawyer, Mr. Kivindio, has alluded to. I'm actually part of that group. Immediately after this, I'm joining another meeting for the same discussion, two-pillar solution. We are coming from a history of us just signing into multilateral agreements without critically looking at the content, the fine print. And as Kenya, why we have not joined the statement, we call it the two-pillar solution on the taxation of the effect of digitalization and globalization, is that we needed to interrogate the document. What is in it for Kenyans? Remember, we have to do it according to Article 209 of the Constitution. So we are still in the process of interrogating and knowing whether that document is beneficial to Kenyans or not. But rest assured that the process doesn't end by just saying we have joined. We will still need to legislate it in the local law. And at that moment, I think Kenyans will have a bigger say during public participation. Lastly is we have 2 months to the end of the voluntary tax disclosure program. I will ask our fellow Kenyans to take advantage of any taxes owed between July 2015 and June 2020. You move forward, voluntarily disclose any taxes that you didn't owe during that period so that you get 100% waiver of penalties and interest. If you wait 2021, 2022, it will be less than that, which is 50%. So that would be my final comments, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Now, your brief closing remarks.
Apologies for the echo. Apologies for the echo. I really like how Nixon has finalized by encouraging every Kenyan to make sure that they've complied to the voluntary disclosure agreement. Put our house in order in terms of both domestic legislations and tightening up the various loopholes that, let's say, the special economic zones and the various tax incentives. Really pointed out that we need to also, in terms of the various place and allow the various national enterprises to come in Kenya and be operative. We need to counter check and see what's the benefit or what are the profits that you're going to acquire. I think, secondly, in terms of the various agreements that we sign, especially the international agreements, and this one goes to most of these agreements that we tend to have, for example, being the bilateral investment treaties that we sign. We do not want to be caught up where we want to have tax being collected for the citizenry and fulfilling the various human rights that we have within our constitution, international obligation which have already tied us up altogether. For instance, the agreement between United Kingdom and Kenya. So we need to tighten up our ship, both domestically and internationally, even before we proceed and now have the operation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which will start operating. And that one will be another loophole upon illicit financial flows will be coming through as the political in a better position to handle any panelists, and thank you for the good hosting, Madam Caroline. Thank you.
The session to give us his closing remarks. Albert.
Thank you, Caroline. I'll try to speak in under 1 minute. One, I think I like the Kenyan government. Yeah, the Minister of Finance for the leadership they are providing, not just for the country, but for the continent, for not being signatory to joining Nigeria, for not being signatory to the OECD deal, because we feel it's the deal for the rich, and that's the client call that we as a tax-test network Africa for making and calling African governments to reject that deal absolutely and go back to the drawing, because we feel that while on one side it provides opportunities to raise, to capture, to steal some loopholes for tax avoidance, the revenues that will be generated out of that will not benefit developing countries and African countries specifically. And therefore, for Kenya to stand strong in Nigeria, I think is something that I feel is very, very commendable. The second point I like to make is building up on the point you made about the call you made to Kenyans. I think that we should work towards taxation by consensus and not by coercion. And what this means is that public participation should not come as an afterthought. It should be something that is integral in the policy making process. So that one of the things that we have been fighting government even in the area of the double tax agreement, is that the Constitution is very explicit and very clear that public participation is a fundamental pillar of policy making across different areas, and specifically on tax. The clarion call of no taxation without representation. Citizens need to be involved. Parliament is important. Also make that ensuring that this double tax agreement is in line with the treaty making education act to ensure that Parliament ratifies those treaties. And then the two last points is that we need to ensure that we are not investing, and I think that you mentioned about KRA investing in systems, I think is very, very commendable. But we need to ensure that while we are closing the windows for the small fish, we are not opening the doors for the big fish. And that's what we really see happening. That on one side, we are tightening the areas for avoidance and evasion by small operators, by SMEs, by the mechanism, which are really commendable. But at the same time, we are signing double tax agreement with tax savings and Mauritius and others that actually opening the floodgate for duty shopping and other mechanisms of aggressive tax avoidance. So that I think needs to be aligned and ensure that we are coherent policy, which seeks us seeing all the loopholes, not just those ones that are easy to see, and those ones that are also politically not sound because they have political interests. And lastly, aligned to the motto of KRA Kulinda Ushuru, which the mayor let's check that's what Ushuru, which the mayor, which I think is really good. It's very patriotic. Talks about us standing on our own feet as a country, financing our own development, our own priorities. Hiyo kujitegemea should not be kutegemea mtu wa kawaida. It should not be at the back of the common knowledge. It should be those, particularly in an era and in a time when we have such kind of level of wealth concentration, a high level of inequality. Examples I gave, we need to look at other alternative mechanisms, other creative ways of collecting tax, property taxation, capital gains tax, wealth taxation that neighboring countries, taxation of the high net worth individuals. There are avenues. If the country was committed and we had political will, we can increase the revenues for this country and ultimately to depend on ourselves on which take a mayor, but we need to ensure that it's being driven by an ambition of everyone carrying the burden. Everyone's paying according to their ability to pay and not their ability to evade. Thank you.
So we've come to the end of this session. You've heard from the panelists. So let us go out there and do our duties as citizens of this great Republic of Kenya. So thank you all very much. Thank you to the panel for gracing this event. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your indulgence. Many thanks. A big round of applause to the panelists, Alvin, Nixon, Imani, and of course, good to see you again, Caroline. A big round of applause to her for moderating this session. Teddy Sana, you can take your seats. For the rest of us, I know it has been a tough season, but please bear with us. We're going straight for lunch, please. We're going to take about 30 minutes. Let's be back here at least at 10 minutes past 3. Let us be here settled and set. Lunch is being served, 5th floor. That's downstairs. Please, let's go right away. Watching via Facebook, YouTube, Zoom. Let's meet here 10 minutes past 3. Many thanks for your indulgence. Thank you so much for your comments. We're checking them. So thank you so much. Let's meet them. Let's meet then. Asante Sana, and all the best as we celebrate our dear beloved continent. Thank you so much. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's go please. Let's go please. We don't have much time. Welcome to the 9th Pan-African Conference on Illicit Financial Flows and Taxation, combating IFFs to bridge Africa's widening inequality gap. Welcome to the 9th Pan-African Conference on Illicit Financial Flows and Taxation, combating IFFs to bridge Africa's widening inequality gap. Welcome to the 9th Pan-African Conference on Illicit Financial Flows and Taxation, combating IFFs to bridge Africa's widening inequality gap. Welcome to the 9th Pan-African Conference on Illicit Financial Flows and Taxation, combating IFFs to bridge Africa's widening inequality gap. Illicit financial flows and taxation, combating
looking for. Mama Dali mtoke. 5, battle truly struggle, truly fight. 6, surprise, a phone call changed my life. 7, 8, and 9, rainbow history.
Welcome to the 9th Pan-African Conference on Illicit Financial Flows and Taxation, combating IFFs to bridge Africa's widening inequality gap. Welcome to the 9th Pan-African Conference on Illicit Financial Flows and Taxation, combating IFFs to bridge Africa's widening inequality gap. Welcome to the 9th Pan-African Conference on Illicit Financial Flows and Taxation, combating IFFs to bridge Africa's widening inequality gap.
L'écho des couleurs, la caméra dans le cœur, mais l'oiseau tout là-haut, loin au-delà des plateaux, pour la voir et l'attraper, il te faut voler, voler. Congo, très beau. Sur la photo, c'était parfait. Le ciel, les bateaux, à marée basse, on s'en allait. Amour, amour, viens nager.
Welcome to the 9th Pan-African Conference on Illicit Financial Flows and Taxation, combating IFFs to bridge Africa's widening inequality gap.
Là-haut, loin au-delà des plateaux, pour la voir et l'attraper. Il te faut voler, voler. Regarde-les tous ces oiseaux de pluie, ces oiseaux de pleurs. Regarde-les tous ces oiseaux de pluie, ces oiseaux de pleurs.
IFFs to bridge Africa's widening inequality gap.
Ces oiseaux de pluie, ces oiseaux de pleurs. Ces oiseaux de pluie,
please let's settle down.
ces oiseaux de pleurs.
Those who are still seated, please let's settle down. And I would request that we occupy the first 3 rows. So please ensure that you are in the first 3 rows. Please, let's make it fast because we are already late.
I never walk
And if your neighbor who is not there, please.
Welcome to the 9th Pan-African Conference on Illicit Financial Flows and Taxation, combating IFFs to bridge Africa's widening inequality gap.
There's no fear of the deep blue sea, although it could drown me. I know it could drown me. I didn't wander in the woods, used to fear the dark. I didn't like getting deep. I was scared of.
Welcome to the 9th Pan-African Conference on Illicit Financial Flows and Taxation, combating IFFs to bridge Africa's widening inequality gap.
I have no fear of harm. No fear of the deep blue sea, although it could drown me. I know it could drown me, and no fear of the fall. No fear if it's with you that I'll fall. Nothing could break us. No, nothing could break us now.
Wow, wow. Welcome to the 9th Pan-African Conference on Illicit Financial Flows and Taxation, combating IFFs to bridge Africa's widening inequality gap. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Watching via Zoom YouTube or Facebook, welcome. It's an honor to be here once again. I take this opportunity to welcome all of you. Those who are still coming in, there's plenty of space for you there. Your presence makes an immense difference in the way we take this conversation further. Now, as earlier noted, if you're seated behind the cameras, I can request that you make your way to the front seats. Please come in front. Please come, please come. Please come. The gentleman with the nice blue suit, please just come to the front row as well. And those behind, please come in front. Your presence is so important. Please come, please. A big round of applause for the ladies as they come. We celebrate. We need to be part of this journey. Please come in front. Just come in front. Just come in front. Just make sure that the cameras are not behind, are not in front. Please come. Please come. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. And if possible, we can occupy this two center columns. Actually, when the front seats are open, just come this side. Please come, celebrate. This side. We want to kick off with the energy of togetherness. That critical mass that is unashamed to be at the forefront. This battle of balance of backbenchers. The causes for the future. For those who will be alive in 2063, what stories will we tell? We must tell the stories of you and I being at the forefront, of telling a totally different story from that which was in 1963, 100 years after independence. So thank you so much. This afternoon session is going to be we hope it will be very succinct in terms of time and point. For the panelists, I kindly request that you prepare. You will have about 2 minutes to give your preliminary remarks. For those joining us via Zoom, I kindly request that you prepare yourself and possibly set a timer somewhere so that you time yourself. You have about 2 minutes to make your remarks. For the key presenters, we have 2 key presentations. I kindly request that you meld all the ideas together so that in 5 minutes we are done. Because we also want to get as many questions as possible from the participants. If you're watching by Zoom, we celebrate you that you can find this live enjoyment. For those who are in the auditorium, a big round of applause for yourself. Thank you so much. So we are set to start. I hope our first speaker is ready for the presentation. But as we prepare, there's a story that I love telling that I picked up from India. Eyes on the screen. Eyes on the screen. When we're talking about a critical mass. You see, just before I introduce our first speaker, thank you so much indeed for being ready. Eyes on the screen. Just to appreciate the power of working together. You see, in India, at this particular time, there was a traffic jam. Everyone was waiting for the government to do something.
Everyone is waiting for something to happen. But look at this little boy. He decides, you see, they were supposed to remove the tree that was blocking the road, but it started raining, so they left. The little boy decided to do something. You see, you and I know he couldn't have done it. But you see, he's started. That you see, regardless of how you it's about slowly by slowly. तुझको पार लेगा तू ही है तेरा किनारा तेरा रास्ता है तुझमें तेरा है सहारा तुझको पार लेगा तू ही है तेरा किनारा Join the battle. Join the battle. Take us to that place where we appreciate why we are here. I kindly request that we welcome our first presentation on revenue obligations and civics in East Africa, a human rights-based approach to tax justice by Dr. Okumba Miruka. Big round of applause for him. Karibu sana daktari.
Good afternoon. As you heard, my name is Okumba Miruka. I'm a Kenyan and a human rights practitioner, nationally and internationally. And I'm going to talk about revenue obligations and civics in East Africa. This is basically a presentation out of a paper that I developed after being commissioned by the East African Tax Network. Before I begin, just as Makazi is saying, stories, I would also like to tell a story. I was reading the newspaper yesterday, and there was this story which is like a context where we have moderator and presenter. The moderator tells the presenter,
Sorry. Let's kindly slow down that sound so that it is speaking.
All right. Is it done?
The technical team, please kindly sort out the sound. I take it the silence is, we've sorted it out.
Okay. So the moderator tells the presenter that as soon as you finish your presentation, sir, bow gracefully and leave the platform on tiptoe. I say on tiptoe. Why on tiptoe? Then he answers, so as not to wake the audience. I'm going to try and do that. The objective of this paper is to demystify the concept of human rights-based approach to programming by relating it to succession and demonstrating the systematic application of that approach to tax justice, so that we can incorporate the approach in the tax justice work. The value proposition of this is that tax justice is reciprocal. On the one hand, we have the government and the tax revenue authorities. On the other, we have the citizens or the taxpayers. Now, on both sides, we have expectations, we have duties, we have obligations. So there is justice to the public in terms of the correct use of taxes, but there's also justice to the government in terms of payment of taxes. So in this continuum, we have rights and obligations on both sides. When we talk about rights and obligations in human rights-based approach to programming, we talk about claims, valid claims that people have. And those valid claims are correlated to valid obligations or responsibilities. So taxpayers have got a claim on the government, but the government also has a claim on the taxpayers. This model derives from the definition of human rights by Hofeld way back in 1913 and 1917, some misspelling there, that rights are claim rights in that they entail correlative duties of other persons. Now, Amnesty International defines human rights as basic standards without which people cannot live in dignity. Now, from these definitional platforms, you get the keywords here: claims, duties, standards, and dignity. And this is going to run through my presentation. When we talk about obligations in the human rights instrument, which are codifications of human rights so that they are standardized, they're shaped, and the relationship between rights and claims are clarified, you find that there are three basic obligations, state obligations on human rights. These are the right to respect, the right to protect, and the right to fulfill. These obligations are, you'll find them in the different human rights instruments. The right to respect basically means, it's called a negative right. It's that the state should not intervene in your enjoyment of a right. The one to protect means the state to take measures to ensure that a third entity does not interfere with your rights. The right to fulfill means to protect productive steps to ensure that you enjoy that right. And that is usually divided into facilitate, promote, and provide. I don't have time to go into the details of that. Now, the evolution of the human rights-based approach is related to debates, two debates. One, the theory that development is about responding to human conditions or deficiencies in human conditions. And this is what is called the needs-based approach to development. That people have needs, you respond to those needs. Like people need food, you give them food. The second theory is about that development is responding to demands for the human condition. Now, this is where now the human rights come in. So we are going beyond material conditions to abstract, the realm of the abstract. And here, the difference is that when you're talking about needs, agency is on the provider, that somebody provides your needs. But when you're talking about rights, the agency is on the rights holder that you demand those rights. They're not given to you as an act of charity or benevolence, but because you're entitled to them. So human rights-based approach emphasizes that development must not only focus on the outcomes of development, which are human rights standards, but also on the legitimacy of the processes that are used to fulfill or to realize those human rights. And this is what we call the human rights principles. The standards are well articulated in the human rights instruments. Like if you look at the Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights Convention, you'll find the right to food, the right to shelter, right to housing. All those minimum standards are articulated. But now when you come to the principles, these keep evolving. And they are usually encapsulated around an anagram called panel, where P stands for participation. A stands for accountability. N stands for non-discrimination. E stands for empowerment. And rule of law stands for just that, respecting the rule of law. Now, you can take these principles and apply them in terms of their implications for the government or the tax revenue authority, but also you can look at their implications for the taxpayer. Let me just take one so that we save time. When you think about participation, and somebody mentioned it here earlier, I think it was Alvin, that matters of decision making, matters of taxation and budgets should involve the citizen in terms of discussing what are the budgetary proposals, what are our priorities, what do we want to see done. So it should not be top down, but bottom up. Now, if you look at that in terms of the implication for the government, it means that they must subject the proposals, the tax proposals, to public debate. In terms of implications for the taxpayer, we must attend budget discussion forums. We must scrutinize the budgets for inclusion of our ideas in the eventual tax laws, tax policies, and budgets. So you can take that all the way down to all those principles. Now, this is an introduction to human rights-based approaches to programming. Now, the important thing I wanted to put across is that this is a scientific and systematic process, because a lot of times I see people whimsically talking about human rights-based approach to programming, and it's just that is whimsical, it is arbitrary. There is no structure in doing this. So the human rights-based approach is trying to structure it so that by the time you come to the conclusion that you are demanding this right, it is something that you have derived rationally. So there are several steps to the human rights-based approach to programming, and that's what I want to go through. Step one is what we call causality analysis, that you look at the deficiencies in our condition, and then you ask the questions, what are the causes of this situation? And you analyze those causes systematically in terms of a hierarchy of determinants. So you have the manifestations, you have the immediate causes, you have the underlying causes, and then you have the root causes. If you apply this to issues of taxation, you could, for example, say that the tax authority is routinely missing its revenue collection targets. So that's a problem, because if you don't have that revenue, services cannot be funded. Another problem that is visible is that there's a hostile relationship between the tax authority and the citizens. So then you ask, why are those happening? When you go down, then you might say, okay, one of the immediate causes is that some taxpayers are not paying taxes. So definitely there are no collusion costs with the tax authority. But some taxpayers have not registered for taxation. Those are immediate, causes of the manifestation. You go down further and say, why is that happening? And you come to negative attitudes towards taxation. You go further down to basic causes. You get corruption, you take legacy, you have ineffective tax law, and so on and so forth. So the causality analysis is basically trying to understand what are the problems and what are their different causes. Because then you want to tackle the root cause, not the symptoms. Step two is what we call the pattern analysis. And pattern analysis is basically the delineation of the relationship between the claims and the rights. So you want to say, you have claim holders on the one hand, you have duty bearers on the other hand. How do they relate? What are their claims? What are their duties, and where do they intersect? Let's take this example. To widen the tax bracket, the tax authority has a valid claim on potential taxpayers to register. But the correlated obligation or duty of the taxpayer is to register. However, they also have a claim on the tax authority to establish efficient, convenient, and effective registration mechanisms so that that registration does not become a pain in the neck. So you can tabulate this and you'll find a neat triangular square, you know, if you work it out on a square. Now you'll find that these rights are articulated in the charters of the different revenue authorities in different countries. I took one example from the Kenyan Revenue Authority of rights to information. And when you decode this, you can look at the taxpayer rights with regard to information and the tax authority duties, as well as the other way around. Let's just take one example. The right to information means that we have complete and accurate information on taxation rights, obligations, and processes. Taxpayers need to have that information. And that consists of notification on current laws, tax laws, the prevailing tax brackets, the advance notices for routine inspection and audits, and feedback on inquiries and complaints that we make. The correlated duty of the authority is to develop and disseminate that information in multiple platforms that will reach the widest possible number of taxpayers, and also to keep updated and accurate records of all taxpayers. There's another example there, but I'll skip it. Step 3 is what we call a capacity gaps analysis. Now, the capacity gaps analysis goes into more detail on analyzing the problem that was identified under the causality analysis. So here you're asking the question, for example, why are taxpayers not registering? On the other hand, why is the tax authority not able to identify and register the taxpayers? You can have a series of questions around that. So you do this kind of analysis using 5 dimensions. And these dimensions are responsibility. For example, does the tax authority acknowledge responsibility to recruit taxpayers? On the other hand, do the taxpayers accept that it is their civic duty to pay taxes? If they don't, then there is a capacity gap there. And then you take it all the way to authority, the ability to act, resources, the capacity to act, decision-making, taking the step to create change, and communication capability, dissemination and reception of information. So both ways, you always do the duty bearer and the claim holder analysis. Step 4 is about identification of priorities for action. After you have done your causality analysis, capacity gaps analysis, you now come down to pattern analysis. Now you look at what do I need to do to cork those capacity gaps in terms of dealing with the taxpayers and dealing with the tax authority. So you come up with a list of solutions, but then you subject those solutions to rigor in terms of urgency, importance, feasibility, and so on and so forth. You can develop whatever criteria you want to subject those solutions to. Afterwards, then you choose the priority actions that you need to take forward. And then you cast them into the 5th step, which is the program design. You now develop a program on how you are going to build the capacity of taxpayers, but also enhance the capacity of the tax authorities. So it's a rigorous, systematic process that you go through in order to do an exhaustive and informative human rights-based approach to programming. Now I want to skip this. This was basically about applying this to emergency contexts, like in the COVID situation. When calamities and disasters occur, they do not obliterate the obligation to pay taxes. They also do not take away the responsibility of the government to provide services. But then they call for certain extraordinary measures. In terms of human rights, they allow the government to limit certain rights. For example, with COVID, our right to movement and association was limited. In human rights terms, we call that derogation. But then there are certain rights that cannot be derogated, like the right to life cannot be derogated. Instead, when you have these disasters, the government has an increased responsibility to protect, respect, and fulfill those rights. And that is why many governments took specific steps to relieve citizens of tax obligations, but also to take care of the vulnerable populations. I've given examples from Kenya and from Uganda of things that the government did. A very simple example was, the government of Kenya asked water service providers to exercise a moratorium on disconnection, of water supply. Because COVID is life-threatening. One of the preventive measures is wash your hands. If people don't have water, then you are basically violating their right to life. So you see that connection, there. So the government was actually protecting our right to life by giving this kind of order. So in conclusion, the paper says that there is need to enhance understanding of taxation as a human rights issue and to enable tax authorities to exercise their mandates based on relevant human rights and standards. The gist of the paper is that we must move from an adversarial relationship, with the tax authorities to a collaborative one, to one where we are fulfilling our responsibilities as citizens, and that gives us the moral authority to demand services from the taxes that we have paid. So this would therefore mean transforming the culture and even language of tax administration from a demand and enforcement orientation to one that is responsibility driven. I'm also saying that then the tax authority would change in terms of even reporting on what they have achieved by telling us of how they achieved it, and then we critique that to see whether they were legitimate processes of doing it. Because then we are talking about the human rights standards. The human rights principles. I have made a number of recommendations for the tax justice stakeholders. They basically rotate around research, training, capacity building, and communication. So I'm suggesting a study on the extent to which tax authorities are human rights compliant, partnering with tax authorities to identify and conduct specific studies on how we can enhance application of the human rights approach, conduct studies on tax justice from a gender perspective, and study approaches to enhancing tax morale through human rights-based approach. Tax morale basically refers to that motivation to pay tax without being coerced to do it. In terms of training, I'm suggesting that we should train our partners on the human rights-based approach, conduct education on taxation as a human rights issue, and collaborate with educational institutions to create the future generation of taxpayers through human rights education. The point here is that we should teach our children about taxation as a civic responsibility, but also as a human rights issue that gives us that authority to demand services. And then in terms of communication, I'm talking about policy dialogues on taxation and human rights towards new policies, new laws, nationally and internationally. And now I will bow respectfully and tiptoe, hoping that the audience.
A big round of applause to Dr. Thank you so much indeed. But taxation is not just about it being a civic human rights. If you are like that, then we can extend the same to our children. You can imagine the kind of Now, we had slated to do. Please note the first presentation by Dr. Memuka. If you have any questions, just note that down. Note his name and the question you want to ask him. That will also be the same process we will take with regards to all the speakers who will speak. Take note of their names and the question you want to ask. So that by the end of it all, you can ask all the questions that are directly said with this type of precision. Say that. Right now, very quickly, we will move on to our first panelist, talking about the impact of tax policies. Listen to that. The impact of tax policies on fiscal space and the financing of public services in Kenya. And I want to kindly call upon Mr. Evans Juma of Eastpac. Mr. Evans Juma of Eastpac to at least give us his remarks on the impact of tax policies on fiscal space and the financing of public services in Kenya. Of course, we have a remarkable with regards to Dr. Luca's presentation, you can also do so. And allow me to time you, you have about 3 minutes. When you hear the sound of the music, I kindly request that you wrap it up. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, please a big round of applause to Dr. Evans.
Thank you very much. Allow me this afternoon to say hi. Hi, how are you? I hope it's well with you. It's fine too with me. I'm Evans Juma from the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, and I am here courtesy of what has been mandated to us by the Accountants Act of 2008, that is to advise the National Treasury Cabinet Secretary on all issues pertaining to public finance. And public finance in this context is paramount because we are talking about revenues and expenditure and the entire processes that are involved in ensuring that we are able to trace our resources from the source, how we spend them, and how we account for them. I will not belabor the presentation that has been because that was par excellence. And what I would want to bring to your attention is to perhaps tailor-make it to suit our context. I want to take Kenya. Kenya is a country with a people, with a constitution, and with boundary. And that brings us to what we call social contract between the government and the people. The people have a mandate, as you have been told, to pay taxes diligently, and the government is also mandated to ensure that those are managed to offer essential services to the people. And that is done through a process of revenue raising, which is simply taxation. So take it in a very simplistic manner. We have revenues and we have processes that ensure that the revenues that are generated are then translated into actual programs that will fundamentally change the lives of the common citizens in this country. How do we get the resources? The greater proportion of it is through taxation. Most of our operations are funded through taxes. And when we talk about taxes, you are in the mix because you contribute your 50 cents, everything, whatever you use, you contribute to the national resource envelope that the government uses to, in return, offer services to you. Tax policies involve processes, guidelines that the government uses to manage your resources and ensure that the problems that you have are sorted. There could be problems of education, problems of health, problems of water, problems of roads. Those are important services that the government is duty bound to ensure are in place so that you are taken care of. Security is enhanced. You are able to move about, go about your businesses without interruption or disruption. That is the duty of the government. The fiscal space simply means that the resources that are available to the government to perform the function
of solving your problems. So what is the impact of tax laws and tax policies that we have in this country vis-a-vis the government's mandate of providing you with the essential services within the fiscal space? And the number one, what we have to consider is that for us to do budgeting, we have to do what we call forecasting, revenue forecasting. We map out the potential of our country to generate revenues. And then out of what we have mapped, we do forecasting to tell us how much do we need in terms of budget. And then out of that budget, we eventually get the services that should be offered. So if you look at the history of Kenya for a very long time now, you will realize that the budget has been increasing. It means our projection has been on the rise all through. That also puts a strain on the KRA because they are given a target that they have to achieve. If they don't achieve, they have a target of revenue generation, they don't achieve it, they will result into what we call fiscal deficit. Fiscal deficit, it means the resources that are needed to cater for the functions of offering services to the people will not be enough. So how do you correct that? You will use other interventions to ensure that you plug the gap that exists in revenue generation vis-a-vis what you are able to collect. And in most cases, what we have been doing is to go for debt financing. That's why you will hear people decry that our debt levels are unsustainable because we have projection of projects that we have to take care of, but the resources we are able to generate as a country are never enough. So we plug that gap using debt financing. And if you are keen, you've been taking keen interest in this country, our debt levels and obligations have been on the rise. I've been telling people that, by the way, borrowing is not bad. It's not bad, and it had been alluded to. It's not bad at all. The problem will be, are you using it for the right purpose? Because if you borrow to ensure that we have standard gauge railway, before you put it in place, it means you had projected that if we invest this, we will be able to get this in a return and our people will be able to have the requisite services. So where we sit, the problem we've been having is that Mwananchi has been overburdened. Overburdened in a sense that all these obligations, you are the one to shoulder them. Then painfully, someone sitting somewhere pilfers those resources, and then you are deprived of the services that you are supposed to get towards the end. And it becomes a tragedy in our nation. That's why most speakers have been saying, you have a role to play, rise up to the occasion, and consider it your own problem. Your voice will count. If it is integrated into the greater mass voice, then we will have this country at our heart. And I was given very few minutes, so I've been able to just consolidate the thoughts that I have, but should you forget everything, thou shalt not forget this. We have revenue projection and our processes are inadequate to take care of it all. We go to the debt basket, we borrow in order to finance our projects. And the projects we have in this country, the Big Four agenda and other mega projects, they are capital intensive. It means they require a lot of resources. That's why you will hear last time we had a 3-point-something trillion, and I promise you next time it will be greater because we are aspiring for greater things. The more we aspire, the more we set our targets high, and the more that puts a strain on us in terms of the resources that we need. So in 1 minute, just recommendations on what we can do to ensure that we help the government to raise enough revenues. First of all, we have to see the loopholes that are in existence where people pilfer resources that are meant for public. We have to rein in hard on those people and then ensure that we reclaim what has been lost through their hands back to the public coffers. And then look at KRA. The number of people that have been subscribed into the tax base is less. In fact, the last time I checked, it was less than 5 million of us contributing through KRA registration, and we are 40-something million plus. It means the greater majority have not registered. So we should be on an overdrive mission to register more people to expand the tax base. When we expand the tax base, we will get more resources to at least take care of the things that we want. And again, ensure that we integrate our processes, ensure that we have what we call ITAX, ensure we integrate it with other databases, IFFs, NHIF, so that all these are brought in a platform where we are able to track and monitor how our resources are utilized. And then ensure that we have administration, proper laws to guide the administration of taxes in this country, so that we have a watertight system that protects our resources. In a nutshell, that's, unless there is a question, I'll be guided.
Well, thank you so much. Big round of applause. You can kindly take a seat here. Thank you so much indeed for your remarks. Please note, if you have any questions, note his name and the question. But of course, thank you for the recommendations there. Expand the tax base and integrate systems to track how resources are being utilized. Now we'll go straight to our next panelist, who is joining us online via Zoom, and that is Mr. John Kinuthia, IBP, who will be talking to us about budgeting, still in the context of the impact of tax policies on fiscal space and the financing of public services in Kenya. Bwana Kinuthia, we are set to learn from you. And fortunately, because of time, I'd kindly request you set your timer to 3 minutes. And once you're ready, we are also ready to listen to you. And to all the participants here, please take note of what he'll be talking about. If you have any questions, just write question to John Kinuthia. Please go ahead.
Thanks very much. Okay, there was an echo. I hope it's okay now. Thanks. My connection went off a bit. Mwakazi, how much time did you give me? Sorry, you're on mute. I can't hear you.
Three minutes.
3 minutes. Okay. So thanks very much, and hello everyone. My name is John Kinuthia. I work with the International Budget Partnership, and I'm really glad to join the conversation today, and share some thoughts about especially the connection between tax and revenue, of course, and the expenditure side of it, and what the implications might be in this case. And I'm joining you from home, so in case you hear any noise in the background, my apology in advance. I think, and I'm going to really try and augment the conversations that I've already had as the rest of the presenters who've spoken before me did. Which is, to speak to the connection of the fact that when we have conversations about where government gets its revenue, part of the motivation and the expectation is that that will also reflect on the services that government provides. But at the same time, the connection is also there, that when there's a challenge on the revenue side in terms of the amount of funds government is able to raise, then there's some in many cases, then what comes out on the other side is also a challenge in terms of the services that government collects. But there's a second part to that conversation which is rarely touched on, which is the fact that government budgets and how expenditure is done along a budget cycle that is really fixed in terms of when key decisions are made and when certain things have to be done. And so it's not just a question about being able to raise taxes and raise revenue. It's also a question of when that tax actually turns up, because that has is a big determinant on when the services can be provided
and whether they can be provided in the right quantities, in the right quality, as expected by citizens. And I want to go here a bit specific on Kenya's situation as an example of how this connection actually happens, with two examples, just to give an indication of this. Now, one of the things that is expected of national and county governments in our case in Kenya is that they are supposed to prepare what we call cash disbursement schedules. Cash disbursement schedules, just from that, even the very basic definition of it, is the expectation that government will be able to release money for spending to the different ministries, to the different county governments at particular times. And what is supposed to inform that is supposed to be the on the side of where the revenue is going to come from. So, we don't collect the exact amount of money every quarter or every month, even as government implements the budgets. So there's an expectation, as Juma was saying, that money will come in at some point, and when that money comes in, then that money will be available for spending. So when we don't do our projections right when it comes to where the money is going to come from, when we get it wrong, when it comes to how money will flow to the different levels of government, whether at the national level or the county level, then there's a very direct implication on when those ministries can start their procurement processes, when the money can actually reach the service delivery point. And so, this is one way for me to say the two sides of the budget, the revenue side and the expenditure side, have to really speak to each other very closely, because when we get it wrong on when the money is going to be realized, then we have a challenge on the other side, because then government ministries and county governments and any spending agencies then do not have the ability to implement their programs on time. Now, there's a loop back on that, right? So the citizens who are paying taxes, when they are pushing for certain priorities to be implemented in the budget, and they might be captured in the budget, but then those priorities are not implemented on time, then you start getting a challenge of apathy on the side of people paying taxes and seeing what the value for their shilling is. So we have to think of all these things as very closely connected. My last point is related to a point that was made, which I think is really important, which is around the issue of participation of citizens when it comes to where our decisions about taxes and where the additional shilling is supposed to come from. Now, there's something very unique that is happening in Kenya, which I think I will leave as a thought for the whole team, which is the fact that if you look at the proportions of our revenue that are coming from different sources, there's one unique thing that you notice, which is the fact that the proportion of revenue that is coming from taxes over time has been shrinking as compared to what is coming from debt and other sources. And here I'll use taxes and debt because they are the two biggest components. Now, when you think about how our public participation mechanisms work, taxes and what government collects will often become a discussion during the passing of the finance bill within parliament and the finance bills within the county assemblies in our counties. But debt does not go through any public participation per se. I don't think there's anybody who can say they went to a public participation meeting where there was a discussion on whether we should take another Eurobond or not, or whether we should borrow a syndicated loan from Standard Bank or not. And so what it means is that over time, a bigger proportion of the revenue that is coming in, of the funding that is coming into government, is coming from sources that don't necessarily get subjected to the level of public participation that at least the tax side gets. And the question I think for us, and I don't have an answer for this, is what the implication of that will be in the long term, because that is a challenge that we, especially as non-state actors, especially those who engage with government often and are trying to hold government responsible for the different budget decisions that are being made. What does that mean for us? What does that mean for citizens if the proportion of revenue that is subjected to public participation is shrinking over time and public debt and what we are borrowing then is becoming a bigger proportion of it, but is not subjected to the same rigor of public scrutiny. That has an implication because it means that also when it comes to spending, then the question is, if we don't have clarity on what the debt was borrowed to do, then how do we know what we need to hold accountable that is being spent from debt sources? So I think I can stop there, but I really wanted just to raise those 2 points because I think they contribute to the discussion that we are having today, and I'll stop there. Thank you very much, Mwakazi. Thank you.
Wow, that's food for thought for all of us. I mean, when we're talking about revenues raised from taxes, well, that's subjected to public participation. But when we talk of debt, it's not. So what is the implication of that in the long term? So I hope we'll get at least a response to that towards the end of today's discussion. But thank you so much indeed. We'll move on very quickly to our next panelist, who was supposed to be the moderator, and that is Mr. James Muraguri, CEO, IFFs. Are you there, Bwana Muraguri? Okay. If not there, we'll have to move on because of time, but thank you so much indeed. So we've tackled the impact of tax policies on fiscal space and the financing of public services in Kenya. We want to move on to the next one, which is tobacco tax policies for strengthened devolved health services. Tobacco tax policies for strengthened devolved health services, and we will have the first panelist talking to us. But can I call upon Dr. Mercy Onsando. Dr. Mercy Onsando, are you there? Joining us via Zoom. All right. If not, we'll then have Madam Celine Award. Madam Celine Award, a big round of applause for her as she comes. Thank you so much indeed for being part of this discussion. Asante sana. We're focusing on tobacco tax policies for strengthened, devolved health services. Karibu sana. Makofi yake tafadhali.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mwakazi. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I'll just say my name again. I've noticed that on the program it was not spelled correctly, but Mr. Mwakazi has pronounced it correctly. So my name is Celine Awor. I am the CEO at the International Institute for Legislative Affairs, that is ILA. And I just want to discuss a few points picking up on what the previous speakers have talked about. And I like the discussion on human rights-based approach as discussed by Dr. Miruka. And when we look at tobacco taxation, it is primarily a human rights issue because when we tax tobacco and these other products that we call sin products, although these days in the space of health, we also look at fiscal measures on products that we consume, some that are food products that are actually unhealthy. And therefore, the human rights perspective comes from the argument that these taxes provide a win-win strategy for governments. Win-win in that based on the discussions that we had from Dr. Miruka, that we have, the claims and the rights, the duty bearers and the right holders, that when we have these taxes, they provide a very good opportunity to mobilize resources, to raise resources that then can be channeled back to provide or fund the services that we need. And the other side of the win is from the public side, because when we have these taxes, then consumption of these products is reduced. And what that means is that then we have better health outcomes, noting that consumption of these products, specifically cigarettes in this case, leads to diseases like specifically non-communicable diseases, which cost governments a lot of money in treatment. I believe we understand right now that the main issues we have, actually mostly in Africa, we talk about Africa now facing two major burdens in health, coming from the communicable diseases, but now having that transition also to non-communicable diseases. I'm sure amongst us, we know people that at one point we have been called to raise money for treatment, cancers and all that. Therefore, that win comes from the perspective that we are able to reduce the burden that we have to spend on health programs. And of course, in lost productivity, that also directly affects the economy. And so the other discussion, also picking up from what John Kinuthia has discussed, that we are not just concerned about mobilizing the resources or the revenue. The other question is then how are this revenue that we advocate for, how is it then also utilized on the flip side? And looking at the health function that is mostly devolved to the counties, where now counties have the bigger role to provide these health services, then the discussion should be all these, millions, if not billions of shillings that we collect every year in tobacco taxes. 2 years ago in 2019, through the Finance Act of 2019, the taxes on cigarettes were raised by another 15%, which then has been in implementation for the past 2 years or so. Then the discussion is all these resources that we are mobilizing or we are raising from taxes, from cigarettes, from alcohol, from these non-healthy products such as sugar-sweetened beverages and all that, how then can they be channeled back to kind of ameliorate the problems that arise from, the effects of these products? So for instance, how then is this money, how can counties actually benefit from this money in terms of paying or financing the health services in the counties? And also, even as we are, I think in the morning, somebody talked about the Big Four agenda, and one of the agenda we have under the presidential agenda is UHC, and all these questions about how do we fund UHCs. We've seen a number of counties that were piloted for UHC, and the stories are different from Kisumu, Machakos, and Isiolo and all that. But the questions are, can we see a very clear channel or a very clear way that we can demonstrate that these monies that we are collecting from tobacco taxes, from taxing alcohol and all that, that they can actually use to support and to fund health programs, UHC and treatment, prevention of non-communicable diseases, cancers, cardiovascular disease and all that. Therefore, that brings that human rights perspective that taxing tobacco taxes are a matter of human rights, because they provide the resources, they provide revenue for government, they support positive health outcomes in the form of reducing consumption of these unhealthy products, leading to cleaner air and all that, and also that they can actually be used to fund health programs in such a way that then you are able to see the benefits of these taxes going into supporting health programs. I would like to leave it there. I was not checking time. I don't know whether, or I've used less than 3 minutes.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, thank you so much. I think the point has been very clear. And yes, let's be concerned about organizing, but let's not just stop there. How getting to the specifics, when we're talking about tobacco taxes, for instance, can we have clarity on how those revenues were used, especially for the health sector? Thank you so much. We want to move on very quickly to the next panelist. And just to confirm, we have Dr. Mercy Onsando, and you confirm whether she is ready. If not, we'll move on to the next part of our discussion. But please note, for those who are here, the participants, please note we have four panelists who have already spoken. I hope you're not fixing their names. We've just heard from Madam Celine Award talking about tobacco tax policies in countries with health services. If you have any questions, please note it and also note her name. Previously we had one John Kirudia. I hope you noted the question we want to ask him. We move on to free trade agreements and double taxation agreements and their effects on revenue realization efforts. All right, just a quick one for a consultation. Excellent. So we have a quick time relief. We're still picking up the conversation tomorrow. We're supposed to have a discussion on free trade agreements and double taxation agreements and their effects on revenue realization efforts. So we'll have that kind of discussion tomorrow. So for now, we want to clear it up with what we've already heard. So, we heard from the panelists, started a very powerful presentation from Dr. Muruka on a human rights-based approach to tax justice. So do you have any questions? Any questions? Let's take all the questions and the questions. Directed to them specifically so that once we bring the attention to the panelists, we can close also with the final remarks. So that's 1, 2 here. There was another question. Let's take. So 2 questions. 2 questions. We have 3 questions. 3 questions. Final one, 4. 4. Before we close. So 3 questions. 3 questions. 1, we're closing. And of course, if you're watching via Zoom, if you have any questions, just post it on the chat box, and I'll be glad to pick some of them. But for now, let's pick the 3 questions very quickly. Please, very simply, your name, the institution you represent, and a very short and smart question within 1 minute. Question. Name, institution, question within 1 minute. We'll appreciate that. And possible directed to a particular.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
You can all hear me. I'm Clive Ayuko. I'm a freelance journalist based here in Nairobi, Kenya. And my question is to Madam Cecile. You've actually said that raising taxes in tobacco products is a win-win situation. I'm thinking it's win for the family of the person who's taking tobacco, since you're perhaps inhibiting things like lung cancer, and it's a win for government since it's actually getting revenue. But is it a win for the family? Like if you raise the taxes on tobacco and say I'm taking a packet of cigarettes per day, and you raise the taxes, do you think that will also eat into my household income? And do you think that's also fair? Because even the Constitution talks about protection of the family, believes in the family, and it recognizes the family as the single most basic unit of any given society. So do you think it's really a win-win if these people are addicted to tobacco and then you're raising the taxes? Is it fair on the household income? And
you have another question?
No, that's just
excellent. Thank you so much, Mike. Question, I hope thank you so much. Let's take the second question. Your name, institution, question within 1 minute. We'll appreciate it. Go ahead. We have question. Go ahead.
Once again, it's Arcadius. I'm also a journalist. I have a question to Mr. Juma.
Institution, do you mind? A freelance or?
Yeah, I'm a freelance.
Excellent. All right, go ahead.
On what you have just explained, fiscal deficit and over borrowing. As you say that borrowing is not bad, but I think over borrowing is bad. So from where you are sitting, can you justify that, or can you tell us that the amount that the government borrowed and the program that it is now running were the priorities for Kenyans? For instance, like say like in this pandemic, like we find the government has borrowed to finance expressway, while we have a pandemic whereby we are still struggling to have even the doses, yeah, the vaccines. We can't even afford, so, but we are still financing and borrowing to finance such a roads. Is it a priority for Kenyans? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much indeed. A question from Zoom.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, Mr. Mwakazi and team. My name is Agre Wamboki, freelance journalist, mainly contributing for the Scholar newspaper. My question goes to Dr. Meruka. While it is generally accepted that taxation is subject to public participation, some taxes are passed without that public participation really having been seen. We see them as the subject of motions or bills presented in Parliament, and then they are passed, despite the considerate public uproar. Now, what would be the recourse for aggrieved citizens in situations where taxes like this are passed without their consent and without their input? What would be the recourse for aggrieved citizens in such a situation? Thank you.
Thank you so much indeed. That final bit where the panelists have kind of requested that you respond to the questions as you also give your final remarks. It's up to you.
Thank you for that question. Yes, obviously taxes on tobacco products, being excise duty tax, means that it is eventually translated to the consumers or the public. They are the ones that bear, the cost of that tax increase. And it is precisely a win-win situation, even for the family level. And I'm going to ask you this as well. So yes, let's say at the moment, amongst the cheaper brand of cigarettes per packet goes for about, let me say 100 bob. There are those that sell for more than that, the filtered ones. The ones without filter, the ones that are cheaper, because they are subjected to a lower tax rate, which is also still wrong, because a cigarette is harmful, whether it has a filter or not, it is still harmful. So actually they should be taxed at the same rate and at even a higher rate. But let's just say that maybe an average smoker spends about 100 shillings to buy a packet of cigarettes. And let's say they smoke maybe 2 packets in a day, yeah? So they spend maybe 200 bob, right? Per day. Yes, obviously, even at that lower rate or expenditure in quotes, that is money that could have still, been used on something else. Let's say to buy milk or to buy something else. So when you compare that amount of money, even if it was to be raised to, let's say, the current high-end cigarettes, the ones that have filters that probably go at around, let's say 180 or 200 shillings per packet, even if that to be raised to that level, I believe the amount of money that this person spends on these cigarettes is a very small fraction, actually cannot even hold the light to the amount of money that they pay or they spend on the health problems that come as a result of smoking. And remember, at the household level, smoking is not just affecting the smoker, it also affects the people around them, like the family, second-hand smoke, which at the level of the family is not very easy to regulate or to minimize as it is in public, because we have a ban on public smoking. But at the home level, people still smoke along the estates, and even maybe somebody just goes outside the house, outside the door, and still smokes, and exposes the family, the kids, and everything, and all that to second-hand smoking. So I believe it still is a win for the family as well, because the amount they get to save so much more that they would have spent on health expenditure as a result of just stopping smoking. And the other thing about tobacco tax, it does not happen just in isolation. It's part of tobacco control strategies, which means that the tax is just one component of tobacco control. There are other strategies, including providing the support for people to quit, including cessation treatment and all that. So that also forms part of the bigger win-win strategy across board. I hope that answers your question. Yes, so this is a very good discussion we are having, that taxes, whether be they for health or for whatever reason, that there's a human rights perspective to it. And that means that we look at the side of generating the revenue, but also that these revenues are also robustly in an equitable manner. And particularly when it comes to taxes that are levied on products that are unhealthy, or what we call health taxation, be they tobacco, alcohol, sweetened beverages, and all that, because that is the trend that is going on globally from the perspective of controlling non-communicable diseases. But then this, the revenue that is collected from this stream of tax then should also be able to be utilized in a way that supports health financing. Yeah, and also as Kenya, we're going into and trying, to find the right code when it comes to implementing UHC. Then it is high time that we look at how we really generate this revenue, yes, but find a way of also mobilizing, or rather allocating them, and distributing them in a way that they actually support health programs, so that we don't just mobilize the resources by taxing these products and the users of the products, but also channel these resources to further support health programs, to just ensure that we have positive health outcomes for Kenyans. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. A big round of applause to Ms. Salim. Thank you so much. We need, yes, to generate revenue, but also use them equitably to support especially health programs. Now, Bwana John Kinuthia will be coming to you shortly after our next panelist, Bwana Evans Juma, speaks to us. Bwana Juma, take it away.
Thank you very much. I will address the question that was directed to me concerning the fiscal deficit and borrowing scenario to justify whether the borrowing that we have in Kenya is sustainable as compared to other jurisdictions. Let me bring to your attention that, considering the indicators that we usually look at when we address debt issues, Kenya is still within the sustainable threshold. There are a lot more other jurisdictions that are far much higher than us. Consider the case
Consider the case of Japan. The percentage of debt to GDP is more than 200%, and yet they are not struggling as we are. That justifies what my earlier stance, that borrowing in itself is not bad, except what you use it for. If you are able to account for the money you have borrowed and you have put it in the right projects, then that will at least give us the essence of borrowing. In fact, borrowing should not be for recurrent expenditure. You cannot borrow to pay salaries or cater for other administrative costs. You will borrow to cater for capital-intensive projects, such as capital projects, that is, okay, that requires huge capital. So in that case, when we have in our economic development philosophy projects that can take this country forward, then we can be justified to borrow in order to fund for them. The only problem is that we have not been having enough information on how such monies are utilized. In fact, some reports indicate that in most cases, they have been directed into private pockets. The president of this country, in his own admission, said that 2 billion is lost a day, and if your mathematics serves you right, in a month, we'll be having 60 billion. If you look at the cost of opportunity forgone, then that money can be used to do a lot in this country. Just establishing a level 4 hospital and equipping it will take less than 2 or 3 billion. So it means we will be having level 4 hospitals in virtually all the counties if we were just able to seal that loophole. So that is the problem we should be addressing, not borrowing. And number 2, you asked about will we be justified to still borrow for capital projects, yet we are struggling in the face of pandemic. We are not able to have even drugs, our hospitals are overrun. There can be scenarios when we shift resources from low priority areas to high priority areas. When we have a pandemic, that is a high priority scenario. And therefore, we cannot sit and relax and then continue with other projects, yet our hospitals are overrun and people are dying. It makes economic sense that we will shift resources to cater for the immediate needs and then revert to such cases once we have addressed the most pressing needs in our time. And the only recommendation we could be giving is that we crowd in the private sector. We incorporate the private sector in the development agenda through a framework we call public-private partnerships, because they come in helping the government in funding projects that the government could be deficient in terms of resources to address fully. So if we put a scenario or an environment that is conducive for the private sector to thrive, then they can come in handy to help us address most of the problems that we have. And again, I'm still on the projects. Let's do an appraisal on the relevance of each project that we undertake. Before we undertake any project, I think it should be passed through public participation. We give our views whether we need it in the short term or long term, because if we misplace our priorities, we take long-term projects, then we bring them to the immediate attention, then we get our priorities mixed up. If we are able to address that, then it means we will be having a scenario where we deal with the most pressing, then in the long term, address the other projects that are there. And my last comment would be, if you look at our fiscal space, it has been expansionary for a very long time. Expansionary in a sense that we have been having a lot of projects. It's not contractionary. Contractionary would mean we have fiscal consolidation where we stop so many projects and deal with the ones that we had commissioned to their full execution. Then once we are done with them, then we can also take another phase of projects. So if we have a fiscal space that is expansionary, it means we will require more resources. And therefore, there is no single day we will stop borrowing, because those projects require capital. And capital in our capacity, in terms of the taxes that we collect, we are not capable of generating enough revenues to adequately address such. Should I give my last?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Initially, I had addressed what we call revenue forecasting when we come to budgeting, because for us to budget, it means we have to look at the revenue side. In this country, we are lacking what we call a clear and concise revenue forecasting model that is predictable and reliable. So in most cases, we have been using whimsical means, by the way, to do our projections, leading to unrealistic revenue projections. That means it makes our budget to be more than what we can manage. And I have told you that will lead to fiscal deficit. The moment we have targets that KRA cannot meet, then that gap, we must plug it using other resources or other avenues from different sources. So my stance would be, let's come together, policymakers, the government, private sectors, and other non-state actors, and craft a clear strategy that will be used to forecast revenue so that we deal with the issue of realism of our revenue projection. The moment we get it, we will be able to stand the test of time insofar as our revenue projection vis-a-vis the projects that we'll be implementing are concerned. In the long term, this country is for all of us, and if we have inadequacies and loopholes, it affects all of us. Let's avoid this thing of apathy, and let's all collaborate with a bit to ensuring that we hold the duty bearers to account. They must account for the resources that we have placed the onus on them to take care of and manage on our behalf. It is our mandate that we have just delegated to them. It's a delegated responsibility. So when they fail in the delegated responsibility, the responsibility comes back to us, courtesy of the Constitution. If we can't exercise it directly, we can't. If they have failed us, then we can take it on our hands and exercise it directly. And that is through the ballot 2022 is beckoning, do clear assessment, ensure that the people you will be installing in office will be able to take care of your interests. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. A big round of applause to Bwana Evans, Juma, Ispat, Asante Sana. Bwana John Kinuthia, you're ready? Please give us your final remarks.
Thank you. I think my final remarks will really be a call to action. Sorry for that. I think my final remarks will really be a call to action to all of us. And this is thinking in terms of the transparency and accountability when it comes to taxes and what we as citizens contribute to making sure that our government is able to provide services for all of us. And I'll say two things to that. I think the first one is, I think there is an opportunity for all of us to engage a bit more with the discussions that happen within government that are related to the revenue and funds that government collects from all of us and collects on our behalf. In scenarios where the government is taking debt or borrowing from us at the same time, right, through local means. And I think one of the key opportunities where there is a big chance for us to drive that conversation is to make sure that when the budget policy statement that is prepared by the National Treasury and approved by Parliament, that when it comes up for discussion, that more of us, and by more of us here, I mean the organizations, the entities, the individuals that are very engaged in this space, that we can bring more of the expertise. If you listen to the conversations today and you listen to more of them tomorrow, there's such a rich field of participants and experts in this space. And we need to bring all that into that discussion. The reason why I single out the budget policy statement is because that's the one document where the government's budget, the total size of our revenue and expenditure is determined during the budget policy statement discussions, which on a normal year happen at some point in February and approved in Parliament, just as we are getting into March. And so by the time we get to the finance bill a couple of months down the line, what the National Treasury is trying to do at that point is really to make sure that they can hit the target that was approved during the budget policy statement. I think there's an opportunity there for us to engage more, try and get Parliament also to play its oversight role in getting to understand the rationale for the different revenue streams that the government is going for, the different tax measures that might be put in place to try, in many cases, as Evans was saying, to fund our ever-expanding budget. If we're able to get into a culture where that question on why this when it comes to our revenue side was asked, I think we'll get into a scenario where there's more realistic budgets that are prepared by our government based on what we can realistically raise and equitably so. Because it's not just a question of raising more and more revenue. So it's also a question of who it's being raised from, which I think is a very central interest for many of us in this conversation. And the second one, which is related to that, is the fact that the accountability side of this revenue means that Parliament has to play a bigger role. I think I've lost count of the number of times those of us who are active on social media have been together with our members of Parliament complaining about tax measures and the impact they are having in our lives. Parliamentarians should not be with us on Twitter complaining. They have powers given to them by the Public Finance Management Law and the Constitution to keep an eye on what is it that the executive side of government is trying to raise revenue on, the tax measures they are putting in place, and what the implications might be. And I think that is an area also we can do more, and I know many of us have really been trying to push Parliament to hold the executive more accountable, to make the tax conversation, the revenue conversation as central to them as CDF is. If the kind of energy MPs bring to CDF was brought to the side of taxes and where the financing for government will come from, we'll definitely start seeing the needle move. So thank you very much, Mwakazi.
A big round of applause to our
This one? For the question about public participation, you can conceive public participation at two levels. One, you can have direct participation. That's, I think, what we are talking about here. The direct participation of citizens in decision-making on public policy. And that's the kind of thing that happens when we attend forums where, for example, county, budgets are being discussed. I'm not quite sure that it is being done effectively. Some people try to use it to justify, just to rubber stamp decisions that have already been made. But it is our responsibility as citizens that when those things are convened, we attend them and we give our views. Because asiye kuwapo, na lake halipo. You can't come back and complain, oh, this went wrong, and you are not there when these decisions were being made. The other kind of participation is indirect participation. That is the delegated responsibilities talking about. That we have elected MCAs, we have elected parliamentarians to represent us. They're not representing us using their own ideas. They should represent us using our own ideas. I've always, told of these people when they come to campaign and they start telling us, I'll bring education, I'll bring this. Tell them, no, we must change the paradigm. Don't come here and tell us you are going to bring development. Where are you getting development from? Sit down and listen to us so that we tell you, if you want to be our representative, these are the issues that you would like you to tackle. Then you can now tell us how you are going to tackle them. But you cannot set the agenda for us. That is wrong. And that is one way by which we have been colonized and neo-colonized. So we must resist those kinds of primitive ways of doing politics and development. We can enhance this participation, even in that indirect participation. We can insist on forums with our MPs and tell them we must have, you dialoguing with us every so often, a regular, program where they interface with, with the people that they represent. And in this country, we have a very powerful provision in the Constitution, the duty to recall an MP who is not performing. No one has exercised that. That based on certain parameters, you can petition that your MP is recalled, because of non-performance. So we should activate those kinds of provisions that the Constitution gives us. We also have, I think, an issue of ignorance. You don't only have to encounter your MP physically to present your issues. There's a window of petitioning. Public petitions are allowed in Parliament. You write the petition, to Parliament, then they take it to the right committee, and it is discussed there on the floor of the House, and a resolution is made. Even follow-ups are made based on the merit of the petitions. So we should use those kinds of opportunities to enhance our participation. We have the option to use legal appeals. You remember recently when the minimum tax was imposed, and then it has been reversed because a legal appeal was taken by proactive citizens who said this taxation is unjust because it amounts to double taxation. How do you tax non-profit? But you see, if we just sit down and say, oh, the government has said it and we cannot do anything about it, it goes, on like that. But if you take action and our judiciary actually reverses those kinds of things, then it means that the government is being held accountable, and it knows that people are enlightened and they're not just going to take any crap that comes their way because it is coming from the government. There's something that I want to say, that in this era, in this digital era, we have a lot of power that we are not using. In terms of participation, again, there's a book I'm reading right now called New Power. And it is basically subverting everything that we know. And we're saying that we can do great things by doing very simple things. Two examples that stand out. I don't know if you know of the former Prime Minister of Australia, Howard, who was apparently invisible. He kept winning election after election after election. It reached a point when the country said this guy is unbeatable. But he was beatable, and he was beaten. Not by anybody out there, very visible, but by two little children who stood up and opposed his policies. And they started a movement called Stand Up Movement. That movement went viral. It was transformed into caps, into t-shirts. And people started sending messages to their senators until the Senate office complained that, hey, there is so much coming in here. Why are people misbehaving? That generated even more anger among the people, and the petitions continued. Do you know what? Howard was not only brought down as a prime minister, he was also the first prime minister to lose his parliamentary seat in 100 years of Australian history, from two pre-adolescent children. Another example that I want to cite is there's an activist in India who opposed discriminatory laws. And when nobody was listening to him, he went into a hunger strike. But then the hunger strike was not very effective, because unless other people join you, you might eventually die there, and then we have 1 minute silence in your honor. So what he did was to mobilize more people. He told them, if you support what I'm doing, send me an SMS. After a while, he received 80,000 SMSs. But of course, 80,000 SMSs in India, look at the population of India, that's nothing. So he devised a more creative way using the same phone, mobile phone. And he told people now, okay, if you support what I'm doing, send me a flash, what we call a flash drive. The call that you place and then you don't speak, and answer the call. In no instance, he had 35 million supporters. Why? Because with SMS, there's a cost to pay. But another call is not paid for. Very simple, but very creative, because 35 million people, somebody will sit up and listen and say, well, there's something that people are telling us here. So we can use the power of the internet, the power of the digital era. We can bombard our representatives through the Twitter accounts, through SMS, through whatever means that we can get to oppose these kinds of things. So there are many avenues that we can use. We can have public outcries, we can have campaigns that basically say, we have had enough and we cannot take anymore. Finally, as a parting shot, I would like to say that we need to demystify a lot of these things we are talking about. Just as Alvin was saying, a lot of times you cannot explain to people what you do. For example, I'm a consultant, and a lot of people, so what does consultancy actually mean? People are used to, I'm a teacher, or I'm a manager, I'm employed by the ABC and the D, So I have to demystify what a consultant does. So I tell people, consultant is just like a shopkeeper. You open a shop and you put up the goods that you're selling. So people come and they ask, oh, can I get Kibiriti? Say, yeah, I have Kibiriti. Or can I get Kimbo? I have Kimbo. Can I get this other one? No, I don't have that. So I tell them that's what I do. I have certain skills. So I put my skills on the market. And then people come and if they find the skill they want, then they pay for it. And then I do that job for them. In the same way, we have to demystify and simplify the jargon around taxation, the jargon around development, the jargon around human rights, so that everybody can understand them. The first we must start with is to decode this misnomer that there is something called government money. There's nothing called government money. Government does not have money. It is our money. It is money that, it's our taxes. There's nothing like MPs are bringing us development. So we have to make demands on them. We are not begging them for charity. We are not begging them for benevolence. We are asking them to do the duty that we have, taken them there to do, which is oversight, representation, and legislation. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Dr. Yoruba. We can do great things by doing simple things. A big round of applause to the panelists, all those who joined us via the virtual platform. We should be out of here in the next 20 minutes, so bear with us. We have a final presentation, and that one will be delivered by none other than Dr. Taxing matters, Kenyan citizens' experience and opinions on tax. If possible, within 5 minutes, we'll appreciate the tariff. A big round of applause to Dr. James Asante-san.
Good evening. It's a bit unfortunate that I'm making this presentation at such an hour, but thank you for the opportunity. I think we've heard from policymakers, government agencies, and I think there is something that is missing. I think we'll be happy to hear from the citizens, because I think the goal here is to bridge the gap such that even when we have these policies being developed, we know always citizens are on the receiving end. So what should we do? And in terms of how do citizens perceive all the policies that have been developed to make them be able to give taxes in a willing way? And how do they take all these things? So what we did is to move out. Things like that. Okay. Yeah, so what we did is to move out. We have a program called Sauti za Wananchi. It's in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And what we normally do is to all on different topics. So this time round, it was last month. It was on September 11th to 24th. In preparation for this conference, so we decided to poll around on issues to do with business and taxation. And the sample was not that big, but it was national representative. We had 3,000 households that were sampled, and these were 300 individuals, so we could be able to get this information on what's happening at household level. It was, the respondents were all above 18 years, because there's no way you can ask questions to those who are aged under 18. And we had to use mobile phones. We have been doing this kind of service for some time. And this same round, our focus was... Yeah, were on issues around taxation. There was a presentation, I don't know whether we can... Okay, yeah, it's there. Thank you. So this is the sample size, 3,000. We had to use all statistical methodology. I'm a statistician by profession. So we had to ensure that the 3,000 respondents represents the country in terms of age structures, gender, and all that. So there are a few things that we do in terms of customizing the sample such that we can be able to have a national outlook. So it was based on cell phones. So one of the limitations due to network coverage. So just a few areas we couldn't be able to reach, but we had a few ways to compensate for that. The sample error was ±2. So when you find we have like, we reported like 57. So it's either plus or minus 57. Next slide. So today, what we are going to do is to share on Kenyans' opinion on doing business, as well as on matters around taxation. And I'm going to give a few insights on who are these. From the survey, found that 34% of Kenyans own a business, or they're doing business. And some, like 13%, have done business before. And we look at the distribution among men and women, you can see it's almost the same. The same thing with age group. But I think when you look at those who are aged between 35 and 54, they're the majority who owns some one or two businesses. In terms of urban rural distribution, I think we can be able to see the rest, but the figures are almost the same. Next slide. Yeah, and some of the things, okay, we had so many issues that we inquired from the citizens, but it was of interest to get to know in terms of what they remit back to the government, what do they consider to be the one that they consider to be the one where they're giving a lot. So the first one was City Council business permit. They used to pay a lot on that. The single business permit, both of them are related. The same thing with trading license, food and health permits, transport and business certification, and all that. So these are some of the things probably the county government need to look in terms of helping Wananchi to be able to do business in a more friendly environment. Next slide. Yeah. Now, in terms of whether they require or not require these licenses, some of them decided to avoid to have them. And one of the reasons they quoted, it's like the cost of doing business is quite high. Sometimes some of them say that the business is too small to afford in terms of paying for the license they are supposed to pay for. And as you can see, we have almost 1%. Okay, it's not all that big, but it's out of the 16% who say that they have high rates of taxation, which I think something that has been mentioned by the previous presenters. Next slide. Now, some of the, go back please. Yeah, some of the challenges they were facing in terms of expanding their businesses. One of them is access to financial, to the capital. It was during this era when we had COVID, so COVID came out as one of the problems they have faced. The cost of capital in terms of getting capital was also an issue, and high rates of taxes came as number 4, something that has been mentioned. So I think it has been one of the factors that's hindered citizens from expanding their businesses. So there are a host of challenges they are facing, but the first 4 includes high rates of taxation. So this was just to give an understanding of how these two relates, doing business, taxation and all that among those who are operating 1 or 2 businesses. Now, in terms of taxation, which I think almost each and every Kenyan has been affected or is participating in terms of remitting tax. So there are a few things that we found out. In terms of awareness level, Kere seems to have done some good work in terms of informing Kenyans of how these things are. Like the VAT, before I used to think it's not something popular, but it came as number 1 factor in terms of what citizens are aware in terms of the tax they're supposed to remit back to the government. So VAT is one of them, of which 91% could recall that they participate in such kind of thing. NHIF came number 2. We have an SSF, and I think given that we have the change that was made a few weeks ago, so probably in future NHIF will be number 1. So pay, and this I think affects those who are employed, I think came number 4. We have income tax and all that. So all these are issues around tax, which citizens say that they pay in one way or another to the government. Next slide. Yeah, in terms of expectation, why they remit tax, they came up with 1 or 2 reasons. And from what we have seen here, 1, they know that it's their obligation to pay tax. And other people, they give tax or they give out money because they know it's compulsory. If they don't do that, then something or some action be taken against them. And number 3, to support the government to carry out its duties. So it's like they do it, but not all that willingly because of 1 or 2 reasons. Next slide. Yeah, in terms of the reasons, as a follow-up to the question that was asked previously, they say tax is important for countries in terms of promoting infrastructure and all that. So that's one of the reasons why they agree or why they give tax or they remit tax. It's also wrong if a taxpayer does not declare all his income so as to pay less tax. So that's issues with tax evasion. So they know it's an obligation. Taxes are so heavy that tax evasion is economic necessary for many to survive. So it's also an option to some citizens, and avoiding paying taxes is understandable if service provided by the government are poor. So in terms of fighting back, I'm looking at it that way. Yes, we have given this and this, but is the government really accountable for this? So that's something that we need also to figure out, because when we pass this law in terms of increasing the tax, we need also to consider how citizens perceive it. Are they happy with it? Yes, in terms of accountability, what is the government doing in terms of making different agencies to be accountable on what citizens are giving up? Next slide. Yeah, this is the same thing. Among those pay without enforcement, they say it's for national development, of which you have heard it before. And among those who cheat on tax, one of the factors they quoted is for there's some kind of mismanagement. And they also know that cheating is unethical. But on the other side, they have a big portion of citizens who seem to think or understand that it's their responsibility to give out tax. They are bound to the rule and all that. So yes, there are citizens, a big portion who give it willingly, but there are some, were it not that it was a rule, they could not have complied with it. Next slide. So we had to probe further to get to know whether they would happily give out this. And the same responses that we had before still appeared here. For national development, they know without tax, we can't have roads and all that. It's their responsibility, they have to abide to the rules. Next slide. Yeah. Sorry. Yes. So what we really wanted to know, yes, they know all about taxes and all that. So in terms of the agency that is responsible with collection of tax, we wanted to get to know that, are they aware of which agency? And over 85% are quite aware that KRA is the one that is responsible in terms of collecting tax, which I think was a big plus on the kind of sensitization programs that are being carried out by KRA. And in terms of men, women, distribution by gender, we find men are more aware than women that KRA is the one that is mandated by the government to do that. When you look at the age distribution, although the screen seems not to be doing justice, we find the younger the age, the higher, but those who are aged between 35 and 54 seems to be much more aware about Kenya Revenue Authority. Next slide. Yeah, so in terms of awareness, that was a plus. So we wanted to know the actual responsibility of KRA. So a big portion were quite aware that they collect tax, that's 65%. But we have some, because of the KRA registration, they know that's the mandate. So they know KRA through the KRA PIN in terms of acquiring it and all that. And filing returns, which it's something mandatory, and you have to file your returns before end of June. So we have a host of responses that we got, but the first one, which I think correlates quite well with their mandate, appeared at the top. Next slide. Now, in terms of in which way were they aware or became aware on the mandate of they have heard about the KRA, it was through the word of mouth. Yes, they have employed technology and all that, but I think given that a big proportion of Kenyans maybe resides in the rural area, so the word of mouth seems to be doing a good job, followed by radio. Television came number 3, and we also have social media. So in terms of maybe in future the avenue to use, probably KRA has to use radio, television, and the word of mouth to educate citizens on what they're supposed to do. Next slide. Now, in terms of interaction, yes, there's some who have heard about KRA, but we also wanted to get to know whether they have interacted with KRA. And we found that 32% of Kenyans say that they have interacted. We had to be more specific, and we had also to ask business owners, and the values were not slightly above the overall. That was 32. So 36% of business people have interacted with KRA. And in terms of the duration, whether in less than a year or 2 years, so the numbers were, as we can see there, 21% of the business said done it within the last 1 year, compared to 19%. And what aspect in which they interacted with KRA, we find the file returning exercise that is conducted annually is what made them have some interaction with KRA. So I think if we didn't have such kind of an activity, I think the numbers could have gone down. And I think just to sell issues to do with filing returns, we have other products from KRA that need to be popularized among citizens. Next slide. Yeah, we also wanted to citizens to rate their experience interacting with KRA. And I'm happy that there have been like a change from the way things to be, because before citizens used to see KRA as a monster, but nowadays I think given the changes that have been made, we find that 25% of Kenyans could confess that they're doing a good job or the experience they had was good. Although we have a number who have never interacted with KRA, but the few who have interacted, a big number say that they were quite happy. The experience was good. Now, we also wanted to know how citizens rated KRA performance. And I think, I don't know whether we don't have someone from KRA, but in overall, we found citizens are quite positive about them. But this is on tax collection, because the other factors, probably they are not quite happy about them. But when it comes to tax collection, they're doing quite good. Even when you look at male and female, across the age group, rural, urban, we found most citizens are quite happy with the job they are doing. And I think recently, probably that's why they were able to hit their targets, because most citizens are willing to do their job or to participate in what they're supposed to do. Next slide. So we really wanted to get to know in terms of rating, in which area they are happy with. Number one, among those people who say that they're doing a good job, in terms of enforcing tax collection, they offer fast services, they help in economic development. There are few people who said so. Don't know, okay, something that we can explore to get to know which aspect. They have a good customer service. They provide quality services. There's less corruption compared maybe to other departments. And we also have those who said that they are not quite happy or the interaction was not all that good. The first issue they cited was the high taxation, which probably they don't have money in terms of deciding how much we need to give out as tax. They also saw corruption, which was also cited, although the percentage is not that big. So there's also room for improvement within KRA in terms of educating citizens on what they know, on what they do. Next slide. And citizens hold a range of view on taxation, but have concerns about public spending. So yes, KRA has been given that mandate, but when it comes to spending, citizens have a lot of questions. Although maybe KRA doesn't have the mandate in terms of controlling where these funds go, probably they need to find ways in which they can be able to explain to wananchi that their role is just to collect a tax and then send it to the treasury. Because one of the cited reasons was that the reason that the government taxes harmful products such as tobacco is to foster fairness. That's something that is positive. Tax systems has increased inequality. So in terms of inequality, and I think this is something that we had in the morning of these big companies, they remit very little compared to mwananchi. So when you look at it proportionate on the income and what you give, citizens feel like the system is somewhat biased. I have confidence in the government ability to prosecute those who evade tax. So that's also something they agree with. And the current tax rates are fair. So we have a big proportion which said that they agree or they are native. And we have some who said no. But when it comes, the tax system favor well-established business compared to the new ones, found that's a major concern to most wananchi, because almost 4 out of 10 said they totally disagree with that, because I think the tax system or model seems to favor those the well-established businesses. So I think the government need to do something to address this issue. Now, we also probed further to get to know citizens' opinion on other issues, whether they agree on a few more issues. That citizens' voices are always included, drafting and enacting the financial bill. In terms of citizen participation, I think something that has featured prominently from the previous presenters, we found like 3 out of 10 do agree, but more than half, that is 54%, think that citizens need to be involved more than the way they are involved currently. So probably those are some of the things KRA need to note down so that wananchi can have more say on how they are taxed. I have a good understanding on what the taxes, fees, and fines are spent on. So in terms of involvement, not just to be involved in terms of deciding how much to give, but wananchi would also be willing or are there to be also involved on how this money is spent, and confident that our taxes, fees, and fines collected are spent wisely. So it's a big proportion because it revolves around 53-54 in terms of citizens' involvement on deciding how much they need to be taxed and how the taxed money is utilized. Next slide. Yeah, half of the citizens says tax evasion is widespread in Kenya. I think it's a product of some of the challenges they have faced before, because you give all this and you eventually find that in terms of utility value, it's quite low. So that now prompts, and they think tax evasion is quite rampant in Kenya, whereby almost half, 46% say that it's quite high. Then those who say it's moderate, it's 24%. Those who say it's low is 18%. So tax evasion is a common practice among Kenyans, although they can't come out say this and this is happening, but many people or many wananchi do acknowledge that it's an activity that is quite high among those who remit taxes. Citizens' opinion on taxes that most people avoid, because we also wanted, yes, we evade taxes, but which one? So the one that came out number one was income tax for individuals. So in terms of evasion, I think that's the one that came out quite prominently. Property tax was number two, and I think this is something that has happened, especially with the landlords. They evade it quite often. The excess duty, corporate taxes, official levies, pay, and all that. That's the order. So income tax, I think it's one of the areas in which tax evasion happens a lot among Kenyans. Next slide. Now, the main reason given for tax evasion are that people feel taxes are too high and they are underpaid. So what they look at is how much you take home and how much you give as tax. So people feel that tax on their earnings is too high. Probably that's something probably that can be discussed, although in terms of revenues to go down, but I think citizens are quite concerned, whereby 4 out of 10 say that the taxes are quite high. People feel that they're underpaid. So in terms of the salary, so wages have to go up and all that. And people feel tax collected is not used efficiently. That's 2 out of 10, of which they think that the government need to introduce some mechanism to make whatever they collect so that the people concerned can be more accountable. So there are many reasons Kenyan raised in terms of their participation and some of the frustration, particularly on how the money is spent. So in a nutshell, there are a few conclusions based on what I've just shared, that citizens broadly understand the importance of tax, and most say that they would pay without any enforcement. So they're quite willing to pay. Some apparent contradiction were quite evident from the findings, that avoiding tax is wrong, but it's also necessary, because if there's no accountability, then if I fail to remit this, then it's fine. Avoiding tax is understandable if public services are poor, but also it's my civic duty. Yes, I have to do this, but if this is happening, then I think they need not follow me. Strong support for KRA in terms of awareness, what they do, and the way citizens interact with them. And I think one of the issues that came out is the customer service, which I think something that has, I think it's something that initiative that came out a few years ago, of which KRA seems to be doing quite a good job. More skepticism around public spending came out quite clearly, whereby citizens see they don't participate, or they are not fully participating. Issues to do with transparency and efficiency also came out as some of the issues that citizens are not happy with KRA. To build and support compliance among taxpayers, there should be increased participation among citizens. Transparency should also be part of the process, so that at least citizens can be happy with the way their money is spent by the government. Sorry, I had to shorten my presentation, but I'm happy that I've been able to communicate the findings from the side from the wananchi. Thank you.
National Taxpayers Association, Ms. Irene.
Good evening. Good evening once again. I'm very privileged to be here, both to the participants who are here physically and the participants that are joining us virtually. I will not take long because of time, but I'm very happy with what we have concluded with, and I must appreciate Twaweza team for the patience. As an institution, we have always been concerned that our taxes are not being used well. And I'm seeing our sentiments are reflected by most citizens who feel they would avoid tax because of poor public services. They think it's a necessity to avoid because of poor service provision. So as an institution, for those who do not know about National Taxpayers Association, we do a lot of work around looking at Auditor General's report around funds that public entities use. So we are looking at county scorecards, and you'll be shocked that when we are talking about taxation, a lot of the tax is misappropriated. Look at the number of counties that have what ISPAC would call the disclaimer reports. This means that the tax that you're paying, and we have seen a lot of them are making businesses even close shop. That resource is not being used well. So I think I will speak in depth tomorrow because of time, but to thank you and to let us know that let us continue with this conversation, because the target we have is to find a way forward. I know a lot of the issues we are discussing here, we all know, but fundamental is how do we move forward? What is it that citizens, business people can do to ensure that there is value for the taxes that they pay? So with that, I would just want to say asanteni sana, and we really look forward to having both the virtual participants together with the same people we've had here. And please reach out to more of your friends, because this conversation really needs to move to most taxpayers and the ones that are seated here. Asanteni, and have a good evening.
Yeah, thank you so much indeed. Many thanks for your time and your presence. Let's meet here tomorrow, not really. Registration begins at 8. It keeps us at 9. So please be here. Let's keep the conversation going. We'll join in my YouTube, Facebook, Zoom. Thank you so much for the celebration. God bless you. God bless Africa. God bless Venice.
I wanna wake up to the heat of the sun. I wanna feel it right inside me. Oh yeah. I wanna step into the freedom of love. I wanna love is around me. Oh yeah. We together to walk you all the same.